Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a early session of our elongated council meeting for Monday, July 27th. I'm going to call the meeting to order and begin with a call around the horseshoe for any declaration of pecuniary interest and the nature thereof. I see none. If it occurs to you at any time during our meeting, please bring it forward. We are going into a closed session to begin our meeting today. The recommendation is, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 10:30 a.m. to discuss two matters respecting litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and that is under Open Meeting Exemption E of Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001. And also the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. That is under Open Meeting Exemption F of Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, respecting first, an infrastructure project with the CAO, clerk, deputy CEO / Director of Corporate Services, the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, and review engineer in attendance. And second, an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal regarding 226 Boucher Street East with the CAO, clerk, deputy CEO / Director of Corporate Services, Director of Development Services, and municipal solicitors in attendance. And I will be reporting out following this closed meeting. So just now reporting out of our closed session at 12:32 p.m. Two matters respecting litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, with direction being provided to staff on both of these items. And we'll return at 1 o'clock for our regular council meeting. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second half of our council meeting today. We had a closed session this morning. And I'm going to begin actually by asking around the horseshoe if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest. Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. I will need to declare today on two items. The first being the presentation from Francesca Dobbin, as I am the chair of the Rotary House Committee, and that event has been held at Rotary House and also supports Rotary House. And the second item is 12.2E, and that is the Trowbridge Street construction, as again, Rotary House is on Trowbridge Street, and so I will be declaring a conflict again because of my role there. Thank you.
Any other declarations? If not, just please keep in mind that you should bring it forward if it occurs to you at any point in the meeting. So now I'm going to invite you to all rise as you're able to join us in O Canada. I'm going to call on Councillor Uhrig to give us our land acknowledgement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis peoples and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Thank you, Councillor. Now I'll just invite everyone to join me in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Thank you very much. Are there any announcements? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of announcements today, and I think everyone probably knows that Summerfest is coming up this weekend. This is a Chamber of Commerce event. There will be a poutine at 11 restaurants, different types of poutine, so you'll be able to vote on your favorite. On July 31st, on Friday night at 8 p.m. under the stars in the Market Square, we'll be showing the movie E.T. I think we can all remember the first time we saw E.T. There'll be vendors in the Market Square on Saturday and Sunday, live music and a beer tent and a kids fun zone and the sidewalk sale downtown. So that's all happening this Saturday and Sunday. So come on out and enjoy that. And the second announcement, and I'm not sure maybe if staff are going to speak to this, I apologize if I steal anybody's thunder, but we're excited about the BR&E that is upcoming. It's going to be led by our Economic Development Coordinator, Jessica Kenyon. And this will be a survey, and there will be live public engagement as well that will go out into the business community to help us understand what's working and potentially what's not, and what we should change and how we can support growth that's coming into the municipality of Meaford. So there's going to be lots of opportunity for participation, and we certainly look forward to the outcome of this study because it will help us shape the future of Meaford. So thank you very much.
Any other announcements on our side of the horseshoe? How about staff? CAO Everett?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just want to highlight that we're pretty excited that the municipality's new website is now live and encourage residents and businesses and visitors to explore it. We're really happy with the outcome. Some of the key features of the new website, municipal website, we have a new event calendar to help users stay informed about the community events and activities. We we have a business and municipal facility directory that makes it easy to find local services and amenities. We have a fully mobile-friendly design that provides an improved experience across devices. A very cool accessibility widget that allows users to customize their browsing experience to meet their needs, and an improved search function to help visitors quickly find the information that they are looking for. So I really want to thank staff for bringing this new website on getting it live. We're on budget, on schedule, and really believe that this is going to be a great tool for the municipality moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Margaret Segill?
Thank you. I'd like to take a minute to remind members of the public that candidate nominations for the upcoming municipal and school board election are being accepted at the municipal office. Nomination papers can be filed now through till October 20th during regular business hours and until 2 p.m. on nomination day, which is Friday, August 21st. I also wanted to encourage all eligible voters to confirm that they are on the voters list. The responsibility for generating the voters list has moved from MPAC to Elections Ontario. And as a result of this transition, some previously registered voters may have been unintentionally removed from the list. So voters can quickly check their status by visiting registertovoteon.ca until August 12th. And after August 12th, please visit our administration office at 21 Trowbridge Street West. And for more information about the election, you can visit meafordvotes.ca, and we encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Okay. Infrastructure manager?
Thank you. I just wanted to give an update on some of our major capital projects that are currently ongoing or that are coming up. So structure 1 that's located on Side Road 21, construction is scheduled to take place between August 17th and September 4th. I just want to make residents aware that most of the project will require a single lane closure of the road, and there will be a period of a couple of days where there will be a full lane closure. Notification will be put up on the road itself so that people who use that area will be aware, and there'll be notifications going out. Structure 35 is well underway. It's located at the corner of Lakeshore and Centerville. They are doing paving this week, and it is anticipated that construction will be complete by August 17th. The structure 46 located on 13th Side Road, all of the concrete work is complete. There is a pause in construction waiting for manufacturing of the expansion joints. However, the project is still on schedule. And upcoming in August and continuing into the fall, we have our LCB and micro contract, as well as our asphalt resurfacing contract that residents will see. Notification of the exact timing of those will also be presented when we have it, as well as the 28 Nelson Street parking lot, which we are planning to begin after the Meaford Summerfest.
Thank you, and thank you for confirming that we have 2 seasons in Meaford, winter and construction. But it is nice to see some of these projects advancing, for sure. If that concludes announcements, I don't see any more, we'll move into public participation. And we have a full gallery today, and we'll be able to hear from everyone, I hope, before we're done. Members of the public are encouraged to provide counsel with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with Legislative Services before the agenda is released and will be limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom on either phone or internet. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or to ask a public question must register in advance with Legislative Services by 10 in the morning on the day of. And you can do that by contacting clerk@meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1100. An email with access information is sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes, and public questions are limited to 2 minutes, if you keep that in mind. The public is able to watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. So we do have some presentations today, and first I'm going to call upon Liz Buckton, who is Senior Policy Planner at Grey County Housing and Affordability. And Liz, you'll have to pull that microphone down a little bit.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Really excited to be here today. I was just reflecting, actually, I was sitting there and I think the first time I presented in this council chambers was 20 years ago. So it's a milestone year, but glad to be back to share with you today. Okay, I've got a clicker. We'll figure this out as we go. So far, so good. So just a really brief overview, and I know we've got 10 minutes, maybe 11 minutes. And so I wanted to start off just with a bit of an overview. So we'll talk a little bit briefly around kind of understanding some of the housing gaps that we're working to address right now. And then kind of translating that into, well, how do we go about doing that actually in practice? I do understand that the slides were included in the agenda package as well. So just in the interest of time, when we get into the numbers, I will stay pretty high level. But if there are questions, I'm happy to address those after as well. So we'll start off, as we often do in planning, with the provincial planning statement. And so that document was updated by the province in late 2024. And it requires that we do some things as local municipalities and as planning authorities. So it does require that we plan for the full housing spectrum, including affordable housing needs, that we permit and facilitate a range and mix of housing for the people who are here now and for the people that we know that are coming. And we do some forecasting work around that so that we understand kind of what that future might look like. And then we need to be doing that housing planning and delivery in a way that's sustainable. So the provincial planning statement directs that we support the efficient use of lands, resources, infrastructure, and public service facilities in the delivery of housing. So we need to be very thoughtful about how we're doing that. Ultimately, this direction is about stewarding the housing system and ensuring that our community provides appropriate housing options for all of the people living here throughout their different stages of life. Housing does a lot, right? If we think across those various stages in life, all the way from, forming your first household, maybe getting married, maybe getting divorced, downsizing, inviting grandkids, caregiving, there's a whole range that housing needs to do for us. So those options, that optionality is really important. So, I think the main narrative in the media has been around like a housing supply problem. And I think there's some truth to that. But the provincial planning statement asks us to do something a little more specific than just increase our housing supply. It's actually asking us to provide that appropriate range and mix for the people that are here. And so I draw your attention to the right-hand side, that housing mix thinking. So rather than just considering, how many permits are being pulled, we really are kind of getting into the weeds a little bit. Who needs housing? What can they afford to access? What options are available? What housing types might be missing from that supply? And so through that lens, the challenge isn't just creating more housing, but it's creating housing that people can realistically access to meet their needs. So, of course, data is helpful to us in understanding and answering some of those design questions for that mix. So I've included some data here, a few snapshots for rental, and we'll talk about ownership as well. On the left-hand side in this column, those are the affordable unit thresholds that are published annually by the province. Those are the figures that if you bring on units below those thresholds, your development charges are waived under the Development Charges Act. And for our municipalities, those numbers are often reliant not on the market factors, but they use income-based equations just based on kind of how households engage with housing here. So those are the affordability thresholds. The middle column is the average rental pricing from the CMHC survey. And I will note that's not from October 2026. It's October 2025. There will be new data in this fall. But that number shows us for purpose-built occupied rentals in the municipality of Meaford, what is the average rental price? There are some caveats around the units that are counted in there. So we're talking about in buildings of 3 or more units, they're purpose-built rentals, so it doesn't capture everything. But I thought it was really unique that it actually lines up just perfectly with that 2-bedroom threshold for affordability. The challenge is that if you were to walk out the door and look to rent a unit today, that's not what the market shows us, right? That's not what's available to rent. So that third column looks at average rental listing pricing across Grey County over the last 12 months. And so that, as you can see, is quite a bit higher in terms of the pricing versus what would be considered to be affordable. So that's really what's available to go out today and rent. For ownership pricing, that same threshold is identified again by the province on the left-hand column. So affordable ownership would be $368,600 in terms of a purchase price. I did a quick look at the Realtor MLS website, and there were a number of vacant lots that fell below that threshold, but very little in terms of occupiable dwellings. I thought it was interesting that the next one up on the list was actually a unit on Equality Drive in that Loon Call development. And as we know, they are social purposes developers. So I think that's interesting to see how that targeting actually plays out in terms of what's available for listing right now. And so, you know, the real estate boards have been going through a process where they're changing how they're keeping their data, but they do still post the housing price index, which kind of aligns with an average pricing. And so for this Grey Bruce Owen Sound area, you're looking at kind of a benchmark pricing for a unit of $555,000, and that's more expensive for Eastern Grey County and east of us, looking at that Lakelands real estate board coming in a bit higher. So again, trying to access a unit that is affordable is challenging even on the ownership side. So I think it is helpful then to look through the lens of income, right? As we know what's out there and kind of how it's priced, how do we translate that then into what people can access? And this was an infographic we prepared for the housing and homelessness plan that's just been updated by the county based on 2025 and Veronica's data around household incomes. And so I'll start off maybe on the right-hand side of that spectrum. So those are households, the top 40% of households in terms of earnings. Generally $113,000 a year and up would be the household incomes that we're catching within that category. And generally these folks are served by market housing. So 113,000, if we were to take 30% of that, which is kind of our rule of thumb for affordability, that'd be about $2,800 a month. You could access most options on the rental market. You may be able to get into some options for ownership if you've been saving for a while. Then looking at the left-hand side of that spectrum, these folks are not well served by the market. And so oftentimes, and I know it's there, community housing is what is supplying housing for these folks. But what I would say is that 47,000 threshold is actually pretty close to a full-time minimum wage earnings. So just to give you an idea from an employment standpoint, that's those folks. Community housing is strained. We do have a wait list about 5 years long at the county level for social housing and partnered nonprofit units. So, you know, supply in that area of the market, housing market is important as well. What's interesting really right now is that 20% in the middle. Excuse me. Historically, those households were served by the market quite well. That was where we were seeing folks kind of moving into that home ownership space. But these folks are increasingly being priced out of the rental market. And where they are able to access rentals, it's straining their budgets in terms of savings for home ownership. So, you know, I think there's some emerging evidence in the literature around kind of bottlenecks in terms of that move into ownership and the need to fill that with some supply of affordable ownership, or often called attainable with respect to ownership. So we're telling two stories here, right? We've got a left hand of the spectrum story around deep affordability. And then we've got a middle income story about loss of access to market housing. Okay, so looking at that then through our unit mix lens, different housing needs require different housing solutions would be my suggestion. So deep affordability, we're looking at social, supportive, and transitional housing, affordable rental. Missing middle, we're looking at affordable rental, workforce housing, attainable ownership, and innovative ownership models. And then there will be an ongoing need for market housing because we will be growing over the next 20 and 30 years. And we will need to be bringing on that ownership product as well to address those demographics. And one of the big driving demographics, especially around market rental, is actually the seniors demographic in terms of downsizing from ownership. So the question then becomes, okay, so how do we do this? So there's a lot of things that influence housing affordability. I look at these as a variety of different levers where we could perhaps intervene to target the system towards what we need. But I think we really need to do that strategically, just given our resourcing as municipalities. Ideally, we would be putting those resources towards the housing products that we need that are otherwise constrained or challenging to be delivered, for example, by market developers. So what I would say here is that the market is producing the housing it can feasibly produce under current conditions, and cost factors are a big deal right now. The gap in our supply really on that left hand of the spectrum, and even in the missing middle, is because these types of products at those price points are challenging to deliver based on those conventional market models. So I really think the question then becomes, who can realistically create the types of housing that are missing? The market is obviously challenged to create units in that missing middle and deeply affordable range. So what do we do about that? And so this is a loosey-goosey approximation where I'm trying to illustrate for you that different types of developers do different things and have access to different tools. So we've got our housing spectrum along the top. On the left-hand side, we've got Grey County, our service agencies, various charitable organizations. Oftentimes, those types of organizations are really focused on that community housing piece. And in the case of Grey County, the service manager, that's the mandate. On the right-hand side of the spectrum, so that market rental and ownership, we have market developers, but we also have those social purposes developers that play the market game and use market tools, but with a mission kind of overlaid on that. And so they're focusing in to try and, for example, cross-subsidize within their developments to drive some affordable units. What I want to highlight here is that these different housing creators, they access funding differently. They have different legislative constraints upon them. They manage risk differently. There really is an opportunity, perhaps, to work across using developers of different types through partnership to try and drive the types of affordability that we need. And so I won't belabor that point too much because I speak to it again here. So, the housing market does continue to serve many of those higher income households, but that affordability data suggests that much of the lower 60% by income of households have limited options available to them. So I'm suggesting here that we are focusing kind of on those pathways to fill those gaps. And again, highlighting that those gaps will not only require market development, but also partnerships with community housing providers, nonprofits, social purposes developers, and the like. And so I know that you've got the tiny home solicitation on the go and in process. And so I guess what I would just say with respect to that, I know that you're looking at an expression of interest process for that. When you get those results and when you're looking through, I would apply the lens that the solutions being offered to you, the price points and the product being offered to you, may be a product of the lens the developer is looking through. So there could be an opportunity that if you don't quite get to where you want to go in terms of where you're trying to target, perhaps there's the ability to, partner and bridge different folks together to get those affordability factors where you want them to be. And then I just wanted to mention that, there is a fair bit of work happening behind the scenes to try and operationalize some of these ideas. I've been spending the last few weekends of my summer writing a policy paper to try and hold some of the learning that's been happened and start to frame out a structure. But the Community Foundation, for example, has bitten off a chunk of this work. They're currently looking at Community Development Corporation that could kind of hold some of those skills and capacities to help bridge some of those partnerships. They're also looking at some finance tools, for example, local investment funds and that type of thing that might be able to help seed some of those strategic projects to fill the gaps. The Institute of Southern Georgian Bay is convening around this issue as well. We've been meeting monthly with the finance table for a couple of years now, and have a variety of different folks, financial folks from the region around that table. But more recently, we've engaged with Tamarack Institute. They've just moved into a community wealth building scope of work, which kind of aligns with a whole big push in the community finance sector across Canada to streamline and mainstream some of the financial tools like purpose-oriented revolving funds, for example, or community bonds. And so we're really trying to kind of crack that nut of how do we get the financing in place to support the scale up of that type of community housing that we need, whereas the Community Foundation is focusing largely on the capacity piece of how do we strengthen the organizations we have and let them reach further. And then at the county level, I just wanted to note that I've been working with communications. So we do now have a housing action progress page on the website. If there are elements at the local level that you'd want us to highlight on that page, just let me know and we can absolutely populate that with information. We do also have some materials developed under the Housing for All umbrella. And then this year took a first crack at YIMBY messaging for YIMBY Week, which if the local municipalities wanted to engage in next year, I think we probably could come up with some combined communications together. So anyway, I will leave it there for today. We've covered a lot of ground. So happy to address any questions or ideas that may have arisen as we went. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz. Our second presentation is with, oh, sorry. Did someone ask a question? You had, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may, I would ask a question of Liz. And I really appreciate you being here, Liz, and you provided us with a tremendous amount of information. And you've also helped us define affordable for Meaford, and that's really valuable to us as we go forward. And I think what I'm taking from your presentation is that we could do a bit more work here locally to really do an analysis of the types of housing that we have and to define our gaps. Because I sense, if we go forward with the tiny home community, that will address perhaps an affordable ownership piece. But I think we're also missing, the retirement side of things. So there's work to be done there. But I'm really quite interested in the work that you're going to be doing next year about NIMBY and YIMBY. And I'm not sure I love those terms, but we understand that development is challenging. It's sometimes difficult for people to accept change in their neighborhoods. So just how we can support and assist people in recognizing that they have an opportunity to some degree to participate in that change and influence that change, and just how we can work together in that regard then to increase the amount of housing that we have in Meaford and fill those gaps. So thank you.
Anyone else have a question around the horseshoe? Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship, and through you to Liz, and thanks, Liz, for your presentation. At the county level, have you had any builders, any building supplies companies, any architects come forward to county staff and saying, hey, we want to work with you at the county to produce lower priced housing? It seems to me that lower priced housing in today's world has to be subsidized. There has to be upper level of government involvement financially. It just doesn't seem to be coming forward any other way. So what kind of communication have you with the building society out there?
Great. Thank you so much for that question. Yes, we have done some outreach. There's a couple of county-owned parcels that I've been working through to kind of develop the principle of development for, through the lens of perhaps those are opportunities for surplusing. We have had some folks approach periodically just around, are those lands available? We have an idea for a project. There's been a number of different nonprofit organizations that are kind of cropping up to try and look at what's possible too. The comment around, upper levels of government doing, I think there's definitely a need for financing to help. But there are absolutely models that are emerging where is actually by the nonprofit nature and the long-term land holding that is driving the affordability. So if you can take out the profit margin by mission, if you can hold those lands until your capital obligations are completed on your initial loans to get that product in, and then you continue to offer them, it might not be the first, right when you build it, that is relatively affordable, but 10 years from now or 15 years from now, as you start to work down that capital owing, you're able, if you're by mission, to be providing that housing at relative affordability to the housing around it. So this, in some regards, it's a long game. I think it's about recognizing that market developers have market tools and access to market funding, and interest and risk play an important relationship in their funding. Nonprofits have the opportunity to access a variety of different funding sources, but the profit isn't a consideration there. And they're able to they're starting to stack their capital and find unique ways to leverage other properties to build their next property. So they're using the tools of market, but with the mission and the long-term goal of holding the lands in place. I think that's why you see in other countries where they have a higher degree of non-market housing, they have more stability in their market rental pricing, is because that pocket that is held affordable on purpose for the reason of being affordable tempers the fluctuations in the rental market otherwise. So I think the solution is for us to start to streamline and talk about those projects that are being carefully compiled a little differently than we're talking about just any other project, because it is an art, I think, to compile those in a way that will work financially. But there are ways to do it, and we're starting to see social purposes consulting organizations crop up that are going into communities and helping them figure out how do you compile the project in a way that will get you to the affordability you need. We may be able to help by structuring the pipeline to show decision makers, here's everything that's gone into trying to get it there. So then you can make those decisions with that in mind as well. Yeah, thank you.
Worship, just briefly, we hear on occasion, whatever happened to the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation? This was an operation that 25, 30 years ago seemed to be successful. I think there's been some talk about bringing some kind of a version of that back. Do you see that as a possible aid to this situation?
Thank you for that as well. Yes. So I run a community of practice amongst staff between local municipalities and the county. And we had CMHC come to talk to us about some of the findings. So they are engaged, but with the advent of Build Canada Homes, their product offering has changed significantly. So they're now dealing with grant applications through a portfolio approach. And the county housing, for example, is pulling together a portfolio that they'll submit. They're incenting programs, not with we give you X percentage of the cost, but for every individual project, they're looking at its dynamics and figuring out what is the thing, the financing, the loan, the whatever that they need to make it go. So they're taking a much more targeted approach. I think the industry is all just adjusting to that right now to figure out how do we change that, like the way that we engage with that, because they're no longer just individual applications to be made for grants. They also have developed a housing catalog of approved designs. And so a number of municipalities are going through the process to kind of adopt those as pre-approved designs to help streamline the process so that you could get the plans from online, get your builder engaged, have the drawings stamped, and then you move forward with your permit process. So they're trying to streamline it, but I don't think they are necessarily taking on the building role like perhaps they did in the past. They've stayed more around the funding and financing arrangements for the most part.
Thank you very much, Liz. Our next speaker is Francesca Dobbin, Executive Director of the United Way, Bruce Gray, speaking to the Coldest Night of the Year fundraiser.
There we go. Thank you very much. There is a PowerPoint, is there not? Oh, it's coming, okay. So, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to us talk about our event. Why wouldn't we talk about February and July and the coldest night? And I'll start my stopwatch now. Because, we got to get planning on this. So the coldest night of the year is a fundraiser, raises funds for the United Way Bruce Gray from our specific poverty to possibility priority. It funds essential programs that tackle food insecurity, utility assistance, homelessness, and school supplies, because right now we're all up to our ears in backpack supplies, all geared to low-income families and hoping for a brighter future. And so we wanted to talk about that event and the success of the event. So in 2026, we held the event for the third year here in Meaford. The gentleman there with the walker has Parkinson's and was most insistent that he was able to do the 2-kilometer loop around the town of Meaford because he wanted to participate in this walk. Locally, we have a community partner. So the United Way has 4 events across the region for coldest night of the year. There is an Owen Sound event run by Safe and Sound, and Grey Bruce Mentorship out of Hanover also runs an event. So there are 6 across the region. We run 4. And what we do with our community partners is we have an in-community partner that we split the net proceeds 50-50 with. So they help us on the ground because we can't be everywhere all at once. And here in Meaford, it is the Rotary Club that is our partner. It is Rotary in Southampton for Saugeen Shores. In Markdale, it is the Southeast Grey Community Health Center, and in Kincardine, it's the Kincardine Good Food Box. So lots of walkers, lots of participants. The toques that everybody is wearing is a big draw for this event across the planet. This is a planet-wide event. And here it continues to grow in Meaford. So we hovered around the $20,000 goal for the first 2 years, and then last year just exploded, raising over $30,000, and was the first of our 4 events and the first of any events in Grey Bruce to reach that goal. And we have scarecrows that are out there walking in February. It's not just an October thing, these scarecrows. So Rotary Club of Meaford invests their funds to support Rotary House. And as part of that, they're able to subsidize the food bank's rent to keep it as low as possible to ensure that every dollar that goes to the food bank goes into supporting food security. There is also their lovely community room, which our SOS team uses and uses other programs used for meeting space. And that's part of how we run this. All the funds from this event stay in the community that it runs. Because even the Grinch, sometimes needs a helping hand with that little heart of his. So the United Way direct investments in the Meaford area. Like I said, right now we're up to our eyeballs in all our things backpack. So we gave out 37 backpacks through Meaford specific programs. We had a financial literacy program in 2025, and 22 of the people accessing that program came out of the Meaford area. Many of you know about our utility assistance program. We had 15 households specific to Meaford that accessed that program for almost $8,000 in support. And unfortunately, we had to shut that program down for 2 months because the need for that program outstripped our ability to fund that program this year. So it's back up and running as we go into the fall. We're doing cordwood like crazy right now. But utility assistance is one of our core programs. We also have 211. Many people don't realize that our 211 information referral service is actually a United Way owned program and project. It's owned by the United Ways of Canada out of Ottawa, and they are licensed with the CRTC to then deliver this program. So anybody can call 211. So we always like to say that, 100% of the community is touched by a United Way dollar, because 100% of the community can pick up the phone, call 211. And you think about it, 2 out of 3 days, somebody's calling 211 from Meaford to get connected to services, have a question, want to understand their community. And you can do everything from, you know what, I miss recycling, or what's going on with recycling, because that's a big question these days, right through to, I have a family member who's been diagnosed with a very significant disease, and I don't know where all the local supports are. So 211 is very important, free to call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and is a big part of our social support programs. So overall, our direct investment in Meaford is over $13,000, but we also do a lot of indirect investment and support. So we are the organization behind the Grey Bruce Poverty Task Force, and all the work that they do on everything from the affordable housing that Liz was talking about. We're also the charity of record for the Meaford Community Gardens, so that people who want to contribute and support Meaford Community Gardens can get a tax receipt for that and make that donation. It, enables the Meaford Community Gardens to focus on growing food, as opposed to doing all that administrative burden of being a charity. We take care of that for them. We also have the SOS team. We brought them over to Meaford when SOS first started. And again, that partnership with the Rotary House enabled us to do that. So the overall data from our CNOY, our coldest night of the year last year, 156% of goal with $31,000. We had 123 walkers, 17 teams, and 14 volunteers, all helping out on the 28th of February. So we set goals and we measure things. So we blew that goal out of the water with all the support from the community. We had a goal of 20 teams. We got 17. That's close enough to call it good for me in terms of that way. We had 123 participants. We had a goal of 90, so that was kind of amazing. Our sponsors, we had great sponsors. Bruce Power sponsors all 6 events in Grey Bruce and a couple in Huron County as well. And Valley View Construction was a sponsor for it. And we're always looking to grow sponsors for the program to keep our costs to a minimum. So what we're asking for today specifically is we've outgrown our lovely Rotary House. It's too many people. It's too big an event, and we're looking to see if the municipality be interested in being a sponsor, whatever language you wish to use, so that we can use the community center at minimal cost to us for this event for next year, because we simply do not, it's just too big of an event now to run it strictly out of Rotary House, which is an awesome problem to have. So that's kind of our ask. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Francesca. Any questions for her? And we appreciate the input, and it'll be considered. The next speaker is Blake Tonsick, speaking to Art Alley Project. Okay, can we, yes, we're going to get your speaker or your.
Thank you.
Right ahead.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, members of council and audience, members of staff. So my name is Blake Tonsick, as I said, and I'm here actually representing the owners of 35 Sykes Street today. So for any of you who are unfamiliar with 35 Sykes or 29 Sykes, that's what everybody knows as the downtown alleyway. And if you've driven past it recently, you'll notice there have been some improvements to it. So those improvements have been long anticipated. They've been discussed for a number of years. This area has been discussed by many community groups, and it's seen some activity throughout the years, right? We've had murals in there, we've had little art installations, but never anything that was what I'll call semi-permanent, that could be an addition to the downtown. So what we're talking about today is what has been named the Artist Alleyway, and has come together as a collection of effort from a number of individuals in the community and a number of groups with interest in seeing the downtown see some improvement, particularly on the public art side. So I don't usually use notes, but there's a lot of people who had a stake in this. So I've collected notes for this one today. And really the way that they framed it is that the event and the series in the alleyway is intended to be a building series that highlights the ties between local culture and business, with the initial event that was hosted last week being focused on rural regeneration and improving awareness of the symbiotic relationship and the possibilities between the rural and urban. So given some of the more recent conversations that we've had both inside and outside of council chambers, this is obviously a big priority for us today, Meaford Gray as a whole, but especially Meaford. So really, how do we utilize these negative spaces in our downtown to create something vibrant, something that contributes to the urban fabric? See, I couldn't stay away from land use and building terminology. I tried. But unlike many community groups that are focused on an individual event or an individual purpose, really this is targeting the interconnection between social, cultural, and economic interests at a local level, rather than just creating a destination for tourists. That's not the goal. It's a way of improving our space for us, for our community. So in its current inception, because we know that this is intended to be flexible and change throughout time as it has until today, the alley has become the first physical manifestation of what several people have come to call the creative corridor. And that creative corridor is something that links us back to the GTA. And historically, we've seen that corridor as being a give and a take, right? There's seasons where we give and there's seasons where we take from the GTA, but that's not really the purpose here. The purpose here is to try and create a non-net zero situation, right? We're trying to create a way that both communities can contribute. The Toronto creative scene is a booming creative scene. They've got a great media and entertainment sector, and we're trying to do what we can to pull some of that talent, some of that attention to our area. And so I'm going to talk about a couple of highlights from that first event. But really, this is not a one and done. The intention is to leave this semi-permanent installation, we're going to call it. It can be removed, but we don't really intend to. It can stay up for periods of time. To have it remain and be utilized for pop-up activities and downtown activation. So a couple of highlights from the event. The first thing, we had 3 local artists in attendance. A lot of times these events pull out talent from outside of the area. That wasn't the intention. It was to give time and space to our local artists. So we had 3 local artists, Nikki, Laura, and Martin, who were given the spotlight. And one of them actually just moved to the area because of what they had been hearing in terms of cultural shifts in Meaford, which is great. We have heard already of one curator-artist pairing, where a local artist is now going to be given a chance to showcase in Toronto. They're going to be given gallery space, and we haven't heard all the details yet. We don't know if there's a financial component to that, but still, that was a great connection to have been made at that event. And the third thing is a new tourist map that focuses on natural landmarks. If you've seen, there's a mural that's currently underway in the alleyway on removable ply. It can be taken off the wall and moved wherever we want to showcase it at a later date. But taking our tourist map that you've seen at the town offices and converting it to something that focuses not on economic landmarks, but on natural landmarks to try and showcase all the natural beauty and the natural resources that we have here. So the biggest takeaway that we found from the first event is that we had an amazing turnout, better than we expected. Staff participation, council participation, the public was there. Not a lot of kids. So that's our focus for next time. How do we take some of the space that we've created now and give them a place to get connected and create social and cultural ties to their hometown, right? This isn't just intended to be for people of our collective demographic. You look around the room, I don't see anybody under the age of 20 in here. So that's something that we're trying to change, get them engaged in their community. And the other thing is, as we approach the last months of this term, I'm reminded that downtown beautification was one of our goals. So this is something that I feel from the private side, we can give back. It's not entirely philanthropic or anything like that, but it is a way of creating beautiful spaces in the downtown, knowing that council and staff have other priorities. It's something that we all care about, and we're trying to find a way to do what we can to assist. So if that's something that we want to focus on, if that's something we want to make a legacy of this council, I think that it's something that we really can work towards before the end of term, is finding a way to simplify that path forward for engagement groups to create these kinds of not just art installations and public private space improvements, but creating these kinds of integrations between the public and the private, and trying to create spaces that are engaging with our community. So I'm going to leave it at that. If there are any questions, I'm happy to address them. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Buckton. I was going to talk about that a little bit, but I'm going to wait. We're going to have a conversation offline about that. Yeah.
Thank you, Blake. Councillor Yerg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Blake. having attended the event. That was an amazing event. You didn't use the word TED Walks in there once.
I didn't try
And-
to.
and you really should have, because what highlighted it, because, yeah, the use of negative space and just utilizing that for an advantage for the community is amazing. But what that event really did was it was as much cerebral as it was artistic, because there were great speakers who spoke on many great topics that were very germane. So my question is, when are you going to do it again? I've had so many people comment that they didn't hear about it and they were very sorry they missed it. So I'm just hoping that somehow that word gets out. Secondly, I'm not sure how many people you can kind of have do that, because it does move to facilities and there's only so much space. So I'm just hoping that that is a continuation, and congratulations on the success of it, because it worked really well.
Yeah, thank you. And I can't take any of the credit, to be quite honest, because beyond giving permission for the event and engaging with certain individuals, trying to put people together, I personally did very little to coordinate the event. We had dozens of people who contributed to it. So I'll answer your questions kind of in reverse order. When are we, or why did nobody hear about it? That was partially by design. So there was no social media attention to this. We didn't want it. Right. We're in an age where everybody's looking at Instagram to see what's going on, and they're putting things in their calendars. That wasn't the point. It was, if you want to be present, be present. Here's the date, show up. It's going to be some really engaging speakers. And that's exactly what it was. We had everybody's attention, right? There was no posting to socials. It was just show up and participate and see how you can further participate in your community. So I think it was part of the ethos, and it carried over very well. In terms of when are we going to do it again? Hopefully soon. We're already talking about a farm series, because that is where we saw a lot of interest, is how can we try to, again, tie urban and rural and try and educate people who are looking to, join the community garden or do some homesteading, right? People who they've heard these things, they've never really got into it. We're going to try and make some of those connections. And then the very first part of that question was related to TED Walks. So TED Walks, the whole series, and see, I'm backtracking. Now we're going to talk about what Ms. Buckton was talking about. The purpose of TED Walks was to go beyond art, right? Art was the focus, but it was look at all of the aspects that this touches, right? It wasn't just art, it was culture, it was social, and that in turn will create economic opportunity and drive tourism. So some of the speakers that we had spoke to how can affordable housing be created, right? We had an affordable housing provider there who I've been talking to for years about partnering on our projects to try and create an affordable housing component. So there are opportunities for those types of partnerships, and I think we have to stop the they versus us mentality, and these events are hopefully driving that.
Deputy Mayor, question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Blake, for being here today. I too attended TED Walks and I found it really enlightening and motivating. So thank you for that. I just wanted to take a moment with council's indulgence and see if we can just clear up a little bit of process surrounding your alleyway there. And Margaret, I will look for your assistance, certainly. I mean, it is in the Heritage District. And so
Correct.
yes, the Heritage Committee hasn't been involved, but council does have the ability to waive the procedural bylaw here and provide the delegated authority for you to maintain and continue your project. So Margaret, I'll look for you to help me with that, but I would like to propose that council does that and that we take that delegated authority to permit this project.
Yeah, and that's greatly appreciated, because as I said, really what we're looking to do is take down some of the barriers for other types of engagement in the community, right? And the easier we can make that process, the more likely we are to have an engaged and dynamic downtown, or engaging, I should say.
Margaret, were you going to address that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I might just ask the Director of Development Services to speak to the Heritage Act a little bit more broadly about what can and can't be delegated, if that is appropriate.
Then Ms. Can?
Testing. Thank you, Your Worship. So under the Ontario Heritage Act, a permit is required for altering a designated heritage building. So this is a process that we can certainly help the proponent with to look into and apply for and obtain that permit so that we can look after the alleyway properly in accordance with the Act. We can certainly look at options for any, amendment to that process, but it's not intended to be an onerous or long process. It's fairly straightforward.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just say thank you for that, Director Can, and that way then we won't need to carry on with waiving the procedural bylaw today. You'll be able to look after providing the permit to Mr. Tonzik. So that's perfect. Thank you very much.
So thank you again, Blake.
Thank you.
Now, moving to deputations, we have 10 deputations. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to call Joseph Leung, who hasn't been able to get into the room yet. If Mr. Leung is out there, he is first up. And I'm just going to say that we are going to adhere to the 5-minute time limit for these. And the Director of Legislative Services will raise her hand at the 4-minute point, and you'll have a minute to wrap up at that point in time. And I do encourage everyone, since many of you are speaking to the same issues, to adhere to the 5-minute limit. So first on the list is Joseph Leung speaking to the TC Energy and Municipality of Meaford Pre-Development Agreement. We need your mic on. There we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Leung. I recognize the mayor, deputy mayor, Brendan Folder, Eric Ennis, Tony Bell, Bob Urich, and Holly Greenfield. Staff, the newspaper, The Independent that carried our news. They did a good job by doing that. But here, I would like to bring a couple of points. This project, pump storage, is delayed already by 5 years. They're supposed to be producing electricity before 2030. Now I heard it's 2035. So I've been reading the bylaws of the municipality, 2019-26. Elected members to represent the public well-being and interests of the municipality. Mutual respect and trust, all very good. So in 2020, July 31st, our mayor, you are my hero. You were my hero. I look at this, I had to print it big because I have a problem with my eyes. Oh my God, I have copies for you to read. Everything is against the pump storage. I can read you a little bit, but I won't do that. I'll be a broken record. Personally, I would like to see redemption, making up for the past mistakes to regain trust and honor. Six years ago, you were against this project. Today we are here, we are going to negotiate with TCE. In a month's time, we're going to have a new election, we're going to have new members of council. Why are you deciding today to tie the hands of the future council? It's going to be 3 years, maybe 4 years. And that public around here, First Nation, the government, Ontario and federal, they're going to say, hey, things are shaping up. This pump storage is going to go ahead. Another point for them. But us, the people that live here, to save you time, I gathered with many volunteers 3,300 petitions against this project. Here it is, you have a copy of that. And it was ignored. Now, I'm going to give you a chance for redemption. Coming election, you pass a resolution that on the voting ballot, there should be a question, do we want this project or not? Simple as that. ex-CAO, Rob Armstrong, said to us, Mike Ashmore asked for a referendum. The answer was, we cannot do it in a year that's not an election year. Guess what? This was wrong. Recently, Teeswater, for the nuclear waste, they did have a referendum.
You're at the 4-minute mark.
Thank you. So this was ignored. Would you believe that? We voted for you to take care of us, trust and honesty, transparency. What happened? Things have changed? Nothing have changed. You have changed. I feel really bad with what's happening. Our voting system, only 36% voted last time. People are turned off. They said, all politicians are dirty. Money, money. It's true. Today, when you look at this thing, it's money. Up and down is money. I went and present this petition to Bill Walker. Here it is. You know what he told me? The office told me they didn't give this to Doug Ford because it was a copy.
Joseph, your time is up. Thank you.
Anyway, thank you for your service. I know you've been here for 4 years. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Our second speaker is Paul Young, speaking as well on the TC Energy and Municipality of Meaford pre-development agreement.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening. I request that the council vote no on the proposed pre-def motion for 3 reasons. The motion, if passed, will bind or fetter the incoming next council in ways which restrict its abilities to execute its legal responsibilities to manage the town activities and budgets in the manner with which they see fit to represent the voters in the next term of 4 years. This concept of fettering the future council was firmly decided in 2000 by the Supreme Court of Canada. The city of Victoria passed a zoning motion in exchange for money. The motion was overturned by the Supreme Court, and the funds had to be returned to the developer. Specifically, the court reaffirmed the long-established rule that one council cannot bind later councils in respect of their legislative power to a contract that fetters future councils. I do not want the future council to have their hands tied due to fears of litigation with TCE or fears of requests for refund of the $1.3 million a year, 3.9 million total. If you can't swallow today voting no, at least pass a motion to delay this and represent it before the next council after the election. My second thing here is, why is this agreement needed? I have seen nothing in the published materials to define a reason why it is urgent to pass this. The town already has a funding agreement with TCE to a mechanism in place for expenses incurred in the support of TCE related work. What is wrong with that agreement that we have to collect more money in advance of anything else being decided? I was hoping to get an answer to the why we need this at this meeting. Ancillary questions: who proposed the agreement? Was it someone in the town or staff area, or was it TCE that brought the idea forward and then caused staff or your legal counsel to spend a lot of money and time drafting that agreement? Compliments to whoever wrote it. It is the most almost transparent document I've ever seen you folks produce, and it is very complete, a little bit redundant in places. Who came up with the dollar numbers that are listed in that? Who came up based on what logic? And how will those things be administered transparently by the budgeting process? This whole process reminds me of tobacco companies giving out free cigarettes across a schoolyard fence at recess to lock kids into smoking for the rest of their lives. Makes me ashamed of the way I voted last time. And finally, I request a recorded vote on this motion so that the public can see what is going on and use that info when they vote in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Mitchell, speaking to the same item on our agenda today.
I think I'm on here. Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council, municipal staff, members of the audience. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Andrew Mitchell. I'm the Director of External Relations with TC Energy on the pump storage project. And I'm accompanied by some colleagues here today. So Herb Shields is here, Clark Little, Sarah Beasley, who are all part of my team, who are actively engaged on the project in the municipality. Over the past several months, I've had the privilege of leading negotiations for TC Energy on this agreement, pre-development agreement. And I'd just like to start by acknowledging the collaborative and constructive relationship that has continued to develop between TC Energy and the municipality throughout this process. The agreement, I think, reflects a shared commitment to open dialogue, to listening to one another and working together to create what I think are positive outcomes for the community. Today's council decision on the agreement is an important opportunity. If approved, the agreement would unlock immediate funding of up to $4 million over the next 3 years that council can direct towards local priorities to support community programs and to invest in initiatives that matter most to residents. Importantly, it also provides funding to Meaford to continue with your evaluation of the pump storage project. This agreement, I think, also represents a bridge to something much bigger. Supporting this agreement means investing in Meaford's present and its future. It helps advance a project that could provide lasting local economic and community benefits for over 80 years, while positioning Meaford to advance discussions with TC Energy on a long-term community benefit agreement. This agreement demonstrates that TC Energy is committed to the municipality of Meaford for the long term. Even before regulatory approvals are complete or before TC Energy makes a final investment decision, we are prepared to invest millions of dollars in the community, which is an early sign of partnership, trust, and the shared future we hope to build together. This is a strong demonstration of TC Energy's confidence in this community and its commitment to building a lasting relationship, not just developing a project, but becoming a long-term partner in Meaford's future. On a personal note, the negotiation process has been very meaningful to me. It's allowed me to see firsthand how deeply people care about the municipality, particularly municipal staff, and I believe this agreement reflects a commitment to building that future together. I think in closing, it's important to remember why we're here in the first place. Ontario needs more clean energy to power a growing province. The Ontario Pump Storage Project is designed to help meet that rising demand, strengthen grid reliability, and support Ontario's clean energy advantage. While the project benefits would extend across the province, this agreement ensures that Meaford benefits, demonstrating local leadership while creating immediate value for the community and helping advance a project that could serve Ontarians for generations. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and continued partnership, and we look forward to building a clean energy future together with Meaford. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Greg Earhart, who will be addressing the proposed temporary zoning extension at Side Road 22.
This sort of reminds me of Monty Python's Flying Circus. And now for something completely different. Getting my timer ready for you, sir. Mayor Kentner and members of council, I come before you to thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to speak this afternoon, but to follow up on my presentation in which I spoke to the Committee of Adjustment on behalf of Johnny Bolsink and the many residents that would like to see Johnny B's auto return to its rightful place in the town of Meaford. 3 years ago, we watched a long-standing business burn to the ground. It was devastating for John, his family, his employees, and for the many customers who trusted him with our vehicles. Immediately following the fire, of course, there was something remarkable that happened. The community rallied around John. Residents offered support, businesses offered assistance, and council expressed its desire to see Johnny B's rebuilt. There was a common understanding that Meaford wanted his business to stay here. So 3 years later, the rebuilding has still not been completed. So the question before us today is not who's to blame for this. The question is, what do we need to do next? I understand there are legal proceedings related to the circumstances surrounding the fire. Those matters belong before the courts, and I have no intention of discussing them. However, there is another issue that does belong before council, and that is, how do we help a respected business owner rebuild his business and return to Sykes? John's done everything that he's been asked to do. He's hired engineers. He's retained contractors. He's invested a substantial amount of his own money. The foundation is sitting there complete for well over a year. There's structural steel ready to be erected, and yet today he's still waiting. Many people in the community have begun asking why. I've listened to them. One concern that I've heard repeatedly, and I want to stress that it's a concern, not an accusation, is whether or not this ongoing litigation has an impact on this project. And I'm not suggesting it has, but perception matters. When years pass without visible progress, people are naturally beginning to ask questions. And that perception is unfair to John, and it's unfair to you, and unfair to us as Meafordites. The best way to remove that perception is through transparency. If there are outstanding issues preventing the building permit from being issued, clearly identify them and give them to John. If additional information is required, provide a checklist for him. If all requirements have been satisfied, then let's move the project forward. Transparency builds confidence. Silence creates speculation. Another question that has raised concerns is the proposed easement that goes right through the middle of John's property. My understanding is municipal water infrastructure already exists along the road allowance. And I also know that there are roadways 500 meters on each side. So if there are sound engineering reasons why additional future water mains must cross the middle of his property, I believe both John and the public deserve to understand those reasons. If alternatives exist, they should be considered. And again, I'm not questioning the expertise of municipal staff. I'm just asking for clarity. There has also been a significant turnover of senior municipal administration during the past 3 years, and that has caused a lot of problems also because that file gets moved from one person to the next over and over again. But the applicant should not bear the cost of those transitions. Every delay increases the cost. Every redesign costs money. Every month passes postpones John's ability to return downtown where his business belongs. Council recognized this when it approved his temporary operation on concession 22, and that approval was intended to be temporary while the rebuilding took place, but 3 years later, the temporary solution has become much longer than anybody anticipated.
You're at 5 minutes now.
No, oh, yes, I am. I am sorry. I looked at my thing and I thought I was at 4. Anyways, I'm asking that this file be moved to somebody who can shepherd it through from beginning to end so that John can have some closure. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Coleman, who will oh, all right, thank you. The next speaker is Pat Maloney. And we're going back to the TC Energy and Municipality of Meaford pre-development agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, CAO and council, and everybody that's here today. I'm going to get back on subject. So for 7 years, our municipal council, TCE, DND, IESO, the IAC, the provincial and now federal governments, as well as various consultants such as Strategy Corp, have wasted time, energy, taxpayers' dollars attempting to rationalize a project that simply makes no sense. Council support for and TCE's continued advancement of the pump storage suggests that financial interests have become the driving force. TCE's pursuit of profits and council's pursuit of associated funding through the CBA and this pre-development agreement. South Georgian Bay, Ontario residents and the next council will have to live with the consequences of decisions made today. Those decisions should account for the common good of the Georgian Bay community area, provided through tourism, community relationships, friendship, and public trust. Council should also consider how a future council will function if it wishes to revisit or cancel the willing host designation if this agreement is in place. Based on 5 years of research on this subject and my observations of actions taken by the CAO, the mayor, deputy mayor, and some council members, I believe this reflects a troubling pattern of willful ignorance. Council has access to the facts and logistics behind this massive undertaking, yet its focus appears to remain on money. That money will mean little once the project begins and TC Energy pursues its profit agenda. Regardless of the effects to Ontario's, the municipality of Meaford, and the Niagara Escarpment and Georgian Bay. This pre-development agreement is unnecessary and should be stopped. If the municipality has incurred expenses related to TCE, it should invoice TCE directly as usual, rather than seek additional funds through an agreement that residents may view as inappropriate or coercive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Ashmore.
You left the mic on for me. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak to the land acknowledgement and the pump storage on the agenda. I'm a 28-year resident of Meaford with a Master's in Economics and a CPA with many years business experience in Grey County and the world. And the first subject I'd like to address is the land acknowledgement. As you're aware from the correspondence on the agenda, I believe the current land acknowledgement is incorrect in that Son has never settled the former St. Vincent Township, which of course includes the range. So any claims they make to Section 35 rights under the Constitution of 1982 amendments are bullshit. I have substantial proof of that and will provide any proof to interested parties. I brought the 2021 Grey County Acknowledgement recommendation, which would be perfectly suited to anywhere you stand in Meaford, whether you're on Treaty 18 lands or Treaty 45.5 lands. We can note that in February, the IAC stated this was Treaty 18 lands. Son never signed Treaty 18. I have passed a copy to
the deputy mayor, of this agreement. As regards the pumped storage proposal, as you're aware, I've addressed this in the past as a boondoggle designed with a minimum cost of 40 cents per kilowatt hour in comparison with battery storage, which should come in about 20 cents per kilowatt hour. It also threatens people living below with intolerable flood risk and water contamination from the base with proven metal pollution from several wells. This council was not elected in the first place to approve the PSP, and I believe it's gone well beyond its boundaries in being a puppet of TCE. We've seen several representatives of TCE attending meetings, guiding council, and I think that's abhorrent. We elected the council, not TCE. Now we see a proposal to take pre-development money, $3 million or so over 3 years. Does this come from the $285 million that was passed by the province to assess this project? I've not heard a word on that. Is it part of public money given to TCE to do an assessment? I would imagine it is. So in fact, when you receive your $3 million, it's your taxpayers of Ontario that are paying you, as well as it's a bribe to follow TCE in the future. It implies an unapproved development will take place. It's called a pre-development agreement. It implies a development. None has been approved, either by this council with its willingness to host, nor by IAC. It's assuming something which it should not. Common sense says it shouldn't happen. How about calling it a pre-election payout for the pains that this town has brought upon it by the false claims and promises that TCE has made but not fulfilled? If we go back to the conditions to the willingness to host resolution of the 27th of February 2023, the required satisfaction of applicable environmental laws is vague, undefined, and requires clarification. Is it 2023 laws or 2027 laws, or will it be 2030 laws? We don't know, because the conditions were not properly written out in decent terms. Perhaps a 2030 referendum could be added as required due to these uncertainties. I firmly believe a referendum is required on this subject. Is that 4 minutes or? The town's current procedural bylaw of 2021 is is also inappropriate in its undemocratic nature of denying certain councillors a vote and needs to be amended for the incoming council. I believe 2021-77 is the original procedural bylaw. And it seems the so-called pre-development agreement requires a deferral to the new council, as well as the unfulfilled needs of proper environmental reviews, such as Ainley Engineering peer review, passed by council, TCE conclusions, Gavin Hunter's reservoir placement study safety warning, Paul Young's contaminated well studies, and noise pollution studies presented to PSAC. It's far too early for an unbiased council to accept any level of commitment to TCE by making this agreement. It's almost as bad as the farcical let's pretend to negotiate a community benefit agreement. Please defer this payoff agreement until the next council, and if you're going to go ahead with it, make it a good one, including terms for inflation adjustment and non-refundability, because they aren't in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Claire Belfour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councilors, others here today. I was interested in the presentation by the representative from TC Energy. There seems to be a pattern here that Meaford has important meetings about the project. They are public meetings, but we are treated to presentations from the company. This happened at the Willing Host meeting 3 years ago. You want to hear from your citizens, but you bring in people you've been dealing with to kind of tell us the same story over and over again. They've got money in this. We have not. I think this is, with respect, a shocking way to run meetings, public meetings. Meaford Council seems to be in a strange competition with TC Energy. TCE submitted 289 pages to the IAAC, and we have 30 days to digest and comment on a document that lacked vital information to make meaningful comments about. Now, this council and its administration officials have just dropped a very dense 13-page document on its community with less than a week, in fact, 3 business days, to absorb and respond. And we hear from the man from TC Energy, no surprise to me, they've been working on it with you for months. There's an expression, what the F? This is a shocking way to treat your citizens who are paying your salaries and in a small community are actually your neighbors. Shame on you. Just the whole PSP process has been characterized by inadequate information from TCE and from council, downright obfuscation, and this document is also incomplete. As a confidentiality note in tiny type explains, the full agreement is not attached. So how much more is unrevealed? Yet council thinks this is the way to do public business? Just what is the proposed agreement? And what is the need at this time? TC Energy already reimburses Meaford, as you've heard. Presumably, it's to get that 3 million or so over 3 years. It's a nice bonus for a budget of approximately 30 million a year, but a small pittance to trade away the rights of a future council. Ontario's elections will see some of you running again for office again, and some may just be coming back by acclamation, unelected, but continuing to in powerful positions. Is there a fear that some new faces might not be so enamored of TCE and the pump storage project and the company's methods and lack of communication and the truly negative impacts of the PSP, impacts which this council did not really investigate before its willing host approval? A new council just might want to revisit some of that, but you would tie their hands. The Pump Storage Advisory Committee was supposed to be a forum for public participation in a more detailed examination of the project and was carried out by council or its staff. But TCE objected and influenced its composition. Then when PSAC was starting to make some parties feel uncomfortable, it was shut down on a motion by the deputy mayor, who, as of this date, will become mayor, again unopposed. No member of council has been a greater advocate and apologist for TC Energy than the deputy mayor. The shutting down of the Pump Storage Advisory Committee was a direct gift to TC Energy. What do you get if you give a gift? You expect something in return. In the spirit of scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. With this pre-development agreement, council would accept a gift from the company, peanuts, to prevent a future council from doing what councils are supposed to do. A future council might want to know what the community feels about the PSP and what harms it might cause. So you could see this in the same vein as the gift, well-publicized gift of an extremely decked out airliner for a certain president. Such gifts don't come without strings. He who pays the piper calls the tune. This tune is being called by TCE and not for the first time. I urge you to A, reject this so-called agreement, or B, at a minimum, defer it for consideration by the next council. This council has no right to tie the hands of its successors. With its myopic and selfish willing host votes, this council already set the stage for chaos in the town and the community, as outlined so clearly by Deloitte, which found Meaford totally unprepared for the chaos to come.
You have had your 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Barry Lewin, who will be addressing our report on the Leith Reconstruction Review.
Mayor Kantner, Deputy Mayor, councilors, staff members. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Bay Shore Road travesty. This $1.6 million reconstruction of 1.03 kilometers of road consisted of 5 objectives. Number 1, improve drainage. 2, roadway condition. 3, deteriorating culverts. 4, water service infrastructure. 5, traffic calming measures. And as per your records, anticipating to start this program was September the 18th, 2023, and estimated completed 2 months later, November 2023. Here we are 3 years later, and not one of the goals has been completed. On top of all that, I understand that you have another issue to deal with, and that's the Leith urbanization plan, of which you will shortly tell the public all about it. The Bay Shore Road project may cost slightly over $9 million if this plan should go through, and will not start for another 3 years, which would be 2029. I trust when you discuss this cooperative plan involving Grey County, you will define urbanization. Sounds like a future tyke hack to me. I don't have time to present all phases of the Bay Shore Road project, so I will concentrate just on traffic calming. I couldn't believe my eyes when I read the agenda, only to see that there was something wrong with this picture. I quote from it, the agenda, and that is, "It is being put forth that Council of the Municipality of Meaford to direct staff to bring forward a bylaw to implement a 40-kilometer-per-hour speed limit on municipal roads in urban Meaford." End of quote. Leith for years has been trying to get a speed reduction throughout the village. Bay Shore Speedway has no sidewalks. People push baby strollers, walk dogs, ride bikes to the playground, or go to the Leith Beach. All the while, just a few feet away from cars of which 80% are exceeding the speed limit. One misstep, one yanked leash, one excited child will result in a tragedy. I've seen everything on the speedway, from kids driving a toy electric car to a huge farm disc, breaking its hitch and ending up on my neighbor's front lawn. On the bright side, though, the council has allocated to buy radar speed signs. This is a $12,000 cost. Does this figure include signage and road painting? A speed of 40 kilometers per hour is common in villages such as Kilsyth, Kimberley, Bogner. I would like to ask Meaford Council one other thing. If they would consider a motion for Leith to become a community safety zone, which is a designation near schools, playgrounds, and village streets. In addition to speed signs, this project has been lacking accountability, responsibility, and closer supervision. Time is of the essence here, so I won't prolong it much longer. But as I said before, I have to question the decisions that have been made in the past to bring us to this point. It has been basically living in a construction site with noise, hazards. Today there was 7 hydro trucks, 20 men putting up hydro poles. This has been going on for 3 years now. I think we have to draw an end to it because it certainly is not a way to live on a construction site. So whatever you may do, we simply ask you one simple thing. Please fix it. Please fix it before the snow flies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And number 10, our speaker is John Bolsink. speaking to the proposed temporary zoning extension on Side Road 22.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors, members of the municipality, and everybody in the audience today. I just wanted to talk to you today about my extension. I don't really want an extension. I'd rather just have a building permit on my building. And then the whole reason, I'm not sure if council is 100% sure why I don't have a building permit. I can't get into those details today, but I would ask that council maybe look into that and maybe give an explanation of why I don't have a building permit. There's speculation about this, that. Yes, there is legal proceedings against the municipality. But really, we just want our shop back. We want to give the people of Meaford affordable auto service, auto care, goes right along there with affordable housing, everything else. You know, we service quite a few people, and it's very difficult to do in a area, in a building that is not meant for auto care. You know, that we're working in an Apple cold storage building. It's not my building. We can't set it up properly. Therefore, the efficiency is not great, but we made it work. Originally, there was only supposed to be 3 years. And I would have a building, we were hoping. At the time when they gave me the 3-year extension, I said, surely it won't be 3 years till I have a building. And I was promised, no, it would not be. I've had wonderful support from everybody. Everybody's been working diligently. Yeah, we purchased a new facility in Owen Sound, and we're going to do some great things with that. As you'll see in the next few weeks, things are coming together nicely. And then eventually we want to bring that back over to Meaford. We got a beautiful building that will be on site at some point. But with the zoning extension, I don't know how you can give me extension when I don't have a permit. I don't have a building permit. So trying to figure out an extension, I don't know how we're going to figure out an extension. I need a building permit. We're gonna, you know, diligently try and continue servicing our customers, but it is very difficult. You know, we're trying our best to follow rules and do this, but it's been a long 3 years. Like I said, we're not trying to, you know, we're not trying to upset people. We're not trying to do anything. We're just trying to provide a service to the municipality, provide jobs and livelihoods for my employees, my family. And everybody's been really good. I just want the municipality to work with me. Let's get this permit. Let's move it forward, you know. I wish that maybe councillors maybe had come forward. You know, nobody's come to see me at my current location. Tony's been there. You know, I've heard, you know, I guess part of that might be my fault too. Maybe I should have reached out. You know, I just thought I was going to be getting a building before the end of the 3 years. And it hasn't happened. Yeah, like I said, we do want to stay here. We don't want to leave. We do have other options, but we don't want to leave. We love Meaford. We think Meaford's a great place. We love the people of Meaford. And we think we have what it takes here to keep everybody happy and get the job done. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. And thank everyone for your participation today. We appreciate, you know, your participation. I wish there was more participation in the election campaign that's underway right now. At any rate, thank you again. And for those of you who are wanting to know about some of the issues we're going to be dealing with today, just keep your seat and we'll get to it. So now we'll move on to item 12, motions and bylaws for decision. And there are 8 items on. I missed Councillor inquiries. I beg your pardon. Okay. Thank you very much. So public questions first before everyone exits. If anyone has a public question, I believe you have 2 minutes to do that in, and that we can try and, sorry, why don't you give us some direction on that?
No, thank you, Your Worship. We have nobody registered for public questions today.
It's on the agenda and beyond the deputations. So I'm just looking for direction. Is there it's on the agenda. Everyone has the agenda. I think we need to do this. So you have spoken, but get
I
your,
used to live on 27 Side Road in Annan. I sold my house. And
this is a question, not a speech,
yes,
please.
okay, I sold my house. I just want to give you
You want to
little
make a
bit.
speech.
So I don't. I just want to know is that I was not served with a paper telling me that 800 to 1,200 cattle is going to be next to my house. So I sold my house without knowing that. And now I heard the people that bought my house, the house has been for sale a few times and it stayed empty because they don't want to live by those
You
cattle.
haven't asked a question yet. What is your question?
Are you supposed to give me a notice that there's going to be a business next door? I was there first and the business is going to come and it came already.
This is a development and planning issue, really, and I think I answered your question previously. I possibly through an email, but simply this: if if there was a development issue there, you would have been notified of a public meeting, and you could have attended and participated in that public meeting, and that would be your explanation.
I didn't know this was happening because when I went to visit my old neighbors, they told me, Joseph,
We see
there's a business next to you that came up.
So I'm not going to go on much longer, but the purchaser is the person then who should have received notice and acted on that notice of a public meeting, if he is close enough to the actual barn that was erected. At any rate, we have to move on, and I'm going to go with any other public questions? You're very welcome if you have a public question. Okay, and again, I thank everyone for their participation. Item 12 is motions and bylaws for decision and, sorry, councillor inquiries. Councillor inquiries, who has an inquiry? Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to ask of Director Perry, maybe Daw, if there's any update on the wastewater study. Do we have any sense at this point in time about our wastewater capacity? And if not today, when might we see that study?
Through your worship, the last piece of information that we were collecting to provide to our consultant on that was some updated planning and development information. And we actually were able to get that all together and sent off to them last week. So we'll be working to wrap it up as quickly as we can. And our goal is, if they have all the information they need at this point, is to get an update to council in the fall with regards to next steps and where that expansion sits currently.
Did you have a question, Councillor Bell?
Well, Mr. Mayor, if you heard me speaking out loud, maybe I was speaking to myself, but since I am on the microphone, Mr. Mayor, would you entertain a short break before we get into the real heart of today?
I can do that. Okay. Any follow-up on your question, Deputy Mayor?
No.
Okay. Any other questions? So I'm going to declare a 5-minute recess. And for those of you who are looking for answers to some of the items on the agenda, please return and you'll get those answers.
We'll catch up.
Yeah.
You all good? Take care. It's hard.
Okay. Okay, it is 4 minutes to 3 o'clock, and we have a long agenda ahead of us here. And we'll start right in with item 12, motions and bylaws for decision. 8 items on our consent agenda. Matters in this list have been discussed in committee of the whole. Council may choose to pass these items and/or bylaws with one motion, or a member may also request that one or more items be pulled for separate consideration. So starting with item A, a bylaw to amend the 2026 fees and charges for facilities rentals and general recreation. Item B concerns upgrades to the council chambers. Item C is options for the 2027 to 2031 facility capital program. Item D solicits bids for a tiny home development and/or cost-effective housing options. Item E is an award of tender to supply and deliver fuel and oil products. Item F is a bylaw to adopt a policy governance framework. Item G is to pass administrative penalty system designated bylaws. And item H is to bring forward a bylaw for a proposed urban speed reduction. Does anyone wish to pull any of these items for further discussion? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to pull H, please.
Okay, any others? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What did the deputy mayor pull?
H.
I would like to pull C. Thank you.
Okay. Any other requests? Okay, let's get a motion on the floor to accept items A, B, D, E, F, and G. Councillor Yuri and Deputy Mayor seconding. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried unanimously. So let's maybe go back to item C, which is solicit bids for, is options for the 2027 to 2031 facility capital program. And to get this on the floor, I mean, in mover and seconder, you're moving it, Councillor Bell, and Councillor Ennis is seconding, okay? Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at the committee of the whole, I mentioned basically my point of view on this. I did get support by one other fellow councillor, but today, fellow councillors, I really, really want us to have a real stern look at what this really means for the future. A couple of councils ago, I had a member of senior staff in open council say this: if council at the end of the day, when after all of the work is done, a consultant is hired and there is absolutely no appetite on the behalf of council to move forward with it, that particular senior member of staff said, don't ask us to do it. It's a waste of our time. You've been directed to do something. Staff have put the energy into it. A consultant has been paid. And then ultimately, council might say, I don't think we're really interested in doing this. $200,000 for a consultant to tell us what? That we have a pool that was built in 1966, that we have an arena that might need to be upgraded big time, that we have our current staff in a couple of different buildings That consultant's going to tell us that. And what is that going to do in the future? At the committee of the whole, we were told just some numbers for consideration. Nothing binding about the numbers at all. $80 to $90 million. With 12,000 people who live in this municipality, and with all of the things that we have to do in the future, I've jotted down a few of them that are actual things that are going to come up in the future. The OPP station. It may or may not go through. We may or may not get money from the province, but it might go through. There'll be money required. We're going to have millions of dollars for bridges. One that's on the conversation list is the beautiful Joe Bridge. Great effort by the people in the community raising money. Power to them. I love that when people get together and they put their money behind something they want to do. The money they've raised, however, probably won't even pay for the engineering, but they're trying. But that bridge is going to be in the millions of dollars. The wastewater treatment plant, yes, I know, that's a user fee thing and we're going to be setting money aside to do it. We have in our area a place called the Julie MacArthur Recreational Center. When that particular center was developed, what was promoted? They wanted people from up in Wyerton. They wanted people over in Southampton. They wanted people here from Meaford, down in Chatsworth. They wanted the pool, the exercise room, the twin hockey rinks. They made it and they called it a regional rec center. If you wish to do that, there's one right here, really close by. What this is going to direct is in the future, should this consultant be hired, and should it come to a future council, with everything that we have got to deal with, my fellow councillors, 12,000 people. We cannot afford to do these things that are so beautiful, they're so nice, and they're so wonderful. We just simply don't have the dollars to do it. Maybe I'm being overcautious. Maybe I'm being way too conservative. But I do look forward and I hope that my fellow councillors can see that I really believe that asking this to be carried forward, I don't believe we'll have the money to do what the consultant is going to say needs to be done. Will we have to deal with the Blue Dolphin Pool? Yep. The arena? Yep. Will we have to deal with all of those? Yes, we will. And I would rather have them dealt with one at a time, under caution, progressively and conservatively make inroads into making those achievements. Thank you for the time, Mr. Mayor. I have said what I truly believe, and I hope that my fellow councillors have at least, they've given me good ear. I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate any time we can save $200,000. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to come back to the recommendation in the report, although I very much appreciate your commentary, Councillor Bell. I mean, the ask is to allow staff to embed the $200,000 in the next budget. And in my mind, that then gives the next council the opportunity to make this decision, and they will discuss, understanding the budget pressures at that time, whether or not they want to go forward with investing $200,000 in this regard. I mean, at some point, we have to do something about these facilities, and it's not our decision to make, but I just agree with the recommendation to move it forward for the next council to have that discussion.
Councillor Yurg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Tony. I'm going to agree with Shirley. The reason being, not that I agree with you 100%. Can this municipality of 12,000 people afford that? Absolutely not. But what I'm hoping a consultant is going to look at, what you just said about the Owen Sound Julie MacArthur facility works for Wyerton to Meaford potentially in that area. What about Blue Mountains? What about Grey Highlands? A consultant, I'm hoping, would look at the possibility of, and we've talked about this over and over at conferences at this table, and the province says that if anything's going to be done on a large scale, you need multi buy-in from different municipalities. So to have different municipalities potentially buy into this, and that's what I would hope a consultant would be looking into, is not just us, but also D&D. The range would love a pool. The Y, would they be willing to partner? If you can end up watering this down so that a number of entities end up paying for it, that's what I would like a study to look into to see whether that would be possible. And to the deputy mayor's point, the next council will end up determining that on the budget anyway. This is just enabling staff to at least look at that possibility with a consultant, because spending $12 million over the next 5 years just fixing up what will be 5-year-older facilities is a Band-Aid that is not going to eventually work long-term for us. I agree. We're going to spend a lot of money on a lot of other things. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't be looking at partnerships to try and better what we could do for hopefully multi-communities.
I'm just going to throw out there too, another way. Sorry, you go ahead and Councillor Greenfield, if you have a point, and I'll come back.
Your worship, I did vote against this recommendation a couple of weeks ago. And my reasoning at that time was this could be left for the new council to decide. I don't think any of these buildings are in any immediate danger of collapsing. Having said that, I know our pool is something like 80 years old, and it is not a 21st century swimming pool. I agree to that. The main office, I don't know how many times I've said in the last several years, it's a garage. That's what it was built for, was to be a garage for the PUC. It was not built to be an administration office. However, I don't think there's any immediate need to rush into this. I voted against it a couple of weeks ago, and I will vote against approving this again today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. What I was going to say is simply that more than a consultant will do the things you're talking about, Councillor Uhrig, but a consultant will not know how Meaford uses the Rockland Arena and how people in Grey Highlands relate to us here in Meaford, and the same with all of our regional partners. So I would suggest that what we might need going forward is a recreation committee. And maybe we actually invite some participation from our neighbors so that we could actually take a look at how on a more regional basis we could satisfy the needs for a new indoor swimming pool and a recreation center that, doesn't need a new roof at this point in time, which the one we have does. Councillor Border.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And so maybe for those listening or those in the room, supporting this recommendation, if I understand clearly, Mr. CAO, if you can just confirm that for me, that a vote in favor of this recommendation is not voting in favor of spending $200,000. It's simply a vote to have this added to the budget. So the next council, when they're elected, have the flexibility to determine what they want to do with that. If they want to pull that out of the budget, no money is being spent. If they decide they want to go ahead and do something or go in another direction some way with this, then it provides them with the flexibility to make the decision at that time. So I just want to make sure that before we vote, that we understand exactly what we're voting on. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Porter, yes, you're absolutely right. It just allows staff, provides direction to staff to include it for consideration in the 2027 budget. The strategy to that is if it was not included in the 2027 budget for consideration, the reality is the earliest it would be considered would be then 2028 budget, which then would have council in a position, the new council in a position, most likely in their third year of their term, making a decision. This would allow council in its second year of its term to be able to go through that and still have adequate time not to tie the decision late in their term on that next term of council. So there was some strategy that staff put into this as far as getting it positioned well for the next term of council to make a strong decision with it being considered in 2027. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick add-on, and thank you for that, Sean. So I understand that clearly. And so just to make it clear, and Councillor Bell, I totally understand what you're saying, and I don't think we could afford this either. So I will vote in favor of this recommendation, not because I'm voting in favor of spending $200,000, but I want to set the new council up for success and let them be able to make the decision that they feel is in the best interest of the municipality. So they can pull it out if they want. And to your comments, it gets the discussion started earlier and wherever that leads. So just so it's clear, I will support this, but I'm not voting to spend $200,000. I'm just allowing the next council to have the opportunity to discuss it at the next budget discussions. Thank you.
Councillor Ennis.
Thank you through Mr. Mayor. I echo what Councillor Forder has said. I think realistically, given the size and scale of the facilities in Owen Sound, I could see myself arguing to spend $200,000 figuring out public transportation so that citizens of our community or residents of our community could get there more efficiently, that young people would be able to get there without being chauffeured by, assuming, their parents. But I do want to make, and I do, so I echo all of those concerns. But I do, again, want to make sure that the next council is able to have this discussion. Maybe they can use that money for, another use of how to use the facilities that are available to us right now. Better come up with better maintenance plans, or perhaps they will proceed with option 2 as it is written. But they can't do that, and they won't be set up in a position to be able to make those decisions if we don't move this forward. So I will be supporting it as well.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again, Your Worship. If I may, through you to our Director of Legislative Services, even if this motion today is rejected, under the strong mayor powers, could not our mayor, our new mayor in the next term, simply bring this back anyway during the budget process?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Greenfield. That's correct. And also, just to add to that, through the process, there are 30 days for council members to bring amendments in the budget process. So a council member could also bring an amendment to that effect as well, to have that added to the budget.
Councillor Bell.
Again, and very quickly, Mr. Mayor, when I go to the Meaford and St. Vincent Fall Fair and I'm sitting in the booth for Grey County Farm Safety, I am consistently met by some people, men and women, who point to the arena and they say about how old it is and what are you going to do about that? And we need a new facility, and they mean right there. And what's been suggested is the Blue Mountains and Chatsworth and others. So if the people of the town of Meaford think they're going to get a new facility in the town of Meaford, I think that is very long view away. And we might find that a facility might well be more located closer to the population in the Blue Mountains. So I'm still very reserved on the spending of the 200,000. We've got needs out in the rural community where 200,000 will go a long way. And anyway, today, Mr. Mayor, I ask for a recorded vote.
All right, the clerk is making note of that. And are we ready to vote? Call the question then. Sorry.
My apologies, Your
Yes.
Worship. When it's a recorded vote, the clerk will read the names out. So
Yes,
if you're
I'm
ready to
just going
proceed.
to.
Oh, okay.
Turn it
Thank
over
you.
to you. Thanks. Go ahead. Yes.
My apologies if you'd like me to proceed. So I'll start with the requester, Councillor Bell,
No.
Councillor Ennis,
Yes.
Councillor Forder,
Yes.
Councillor Greenfield, Councillor Uhrig,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney,
Yes.
Mayor Kentner.
Yes,
The motion is carried.
thank you.
Thank you, fellow councilors.
And now item H.
And
Mayor?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I did wish to speak to that, and that is the proposed urban speed reduction, bringing the speed down to 40 kilometers per hour in the urban area, the settlement, and the hamlet areas. And the reason I asked to pull it is that I've heard quite a bit of feedback on this conversation over the last couple of weeks, and my sense is that we shouldn't rush into this. As much as I recognize that speeding is a major issue in this municipality, we also understand that just arbitrarily lowering the speed limit may not achieve the success that we hope it would, because we recognize that our OPP are busy with many things, and they may not have the time or the opportunity to enforce this in the way that we would like it enforced. So I'd like to suggest that we take a little time on this, that we defer it, I guess, until perhaps September or even into the next term, because I think we need public engagement in this. When I've looked at what other municipalities have done in this regard, there's always been a mention of public engagement, and I think this is a critical issue, and it's important that our residents have the opportunity to pass their concerns and to provide their input into this decision. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make a motion in this regard that that this particular item be deferred, and that we add, Margaret will help me with this, that we add a clause to it that will allow public engagement, and that the report come back to us at a later date, and the engagement could be a survey or a public session or whatever staff feel is best in that regard. But yeah, I'm just not ready to make this decision today. We need more feedback from our residents.
Yeah, I have a seconder for that. Councillor Greenfield. Discussion, questions? Go ahead if you'd like to speak to it.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'm just wondering if I know in our report, it mentions that settlement areas or hamlet areas could also be examined for lower speed limits, and I'm just wondering if I could make a friendly amendment to the deputy mayor's motion that those areas would be included in future talks, specifically, as well as just the urban area.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, yes, I would absolutely support that, Councillor Greenfield. And I just want to clarify one point, because we've addressed many times Bayfield Street and where the new splash pad is, and Rapers Park and the little beach. And there is a separate motion that is placed and supported by council to address traffic calming measures on Bayfield Street. So I would like to see Bayfield not part of this particular discussion, because we know that that is going to move forward. But yes, I would agree, the urban area, the settlement areas, and the hamlets.
Just before we go to you, have we established, like, do we need to amend the motion at this point, or can we reword it? And I'm asking our clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's a lot coming at me at once, so I'm just trying to sort this out. So just to be clear, and I might look to our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works to make sure that I'm understanding and to make sure that we have the right direction to staff on that engagement. If there's deferral for the engagement, the public engagement on the urban areas and settlement areas, is that enough direction to move forward? I believe there was a third one and I missed.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, the hamlets.
If the motion reads that it's deferred until public engagement to ensure feedback on urban areas, settlement areas, and hamlet areas, is that inclusive of wording?
Through your worship, yes, I think the wording reflects what we have in the report. We've referred to them in the report as rural settlement areas. If you wanted something outside of the areas shown in the map in the report. So that was Annan, Bogner, Leith, Rockford, and Woodford. Are there any other areas that you would want? Okay. So in the report, we refer to them as rural settlement areas, if we want to match that wording.
I believe we've already actually, as we piecemeal our way through this, we've already, I think, put a 40 kilometer speed limit in place in what I would call just a rural intersection, or there's areas that we have, they're not settlement areas, and or they may be identified by the name of a former hamlet. All I'm saying is we already have done that, so I think that you don't need to be too worried about how inclusive the term is here, because we've slowed traffic down to 40 in a number of areas, I think. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Mr. Mayor, what did you just say would be our first vote? Would be on the urban center or on the totality of what the deputy mayor wants to include?
I think that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to establish the wording for the motion that we will vote on here.
The outlying areas?
Well, yes, that's what Deputy Mayor Keaveney and Councillor Greenfield are asking for. And we're just trying to word it in a way that, because I'm sure you have input on this, Councillor Bell. So can you give us the wording of how that motion might sound now?
Thank you, Your Worship. In matching what the director has noted in the report to be consistent, my suggestion might be that the motion be deferred until public engagement has been undertaken regarding proposed changes in the rural settlement areas. Is that?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I apologize. So in all of the areas under consideration as recommended in the report, so the urban, the settlement, the rural settlement areas, and the hamlets, I believe that's how it reads.
Okay, now did you hear the motion? All right, Councillor Bell?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to support lowering the speed limit out in the rural areas. I just don't see the need. And when we read the report under the analysis, which is well put together, it says that when you lower the speed limit to 40, it reduces the risk of pedestrian death by 35%. And we're talking about in the rural community. It also goes on to say, which makes sense from a mathematical point of view with kinetic energy, that if you reduce it from 50 to 40, the accidents are lessened because you have less of an impact. But when we're talking about going out to Annan and Leith and Bogner and out around Woodford and that, to me, even though the report's got that, I just don't see it. And I travel through those areas all the time. And just to reduce it to 40 because we can, I just don't think we should.
Did you not hear Mr. Lewin from Leith campaign for a community safety area in Leith just an hour ago? So I just, that was an hour ago, Mr. Lewin was in his comments asking us in a deputation, he was asking us to create a community safety zone throughout Leith. So anyway, we've heard how you're going to vote, and that's good. Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. To me, in terms of rural settlement areas, I think Annan, Leith, and Bogner makes sense. I don't know how I don't think I can support blanket reducing speed limits to 40 in intersection hamlets, or like sort of named named intersections. So I'm kind of in the middle, I think, of sort of the two lines of conversation that we have happening right now. But I was wondering also if I'm also able to make a friendly amendment to request a staff report on essentially the real, I mentioned this when we had first discussed this, like the real status of safety with regards to road speed. I understand the statistics and general changes in speed and the results. But I'd like to see real numbers on this is how many incidences we have, this is how many accidents. So I know that, okay, if we are reducing it by 40%, if there, in some of these areas, there's been 0 accidents, we're reducing 40% of 0. So I'd like to know those statistics at the same time that this comes back. So if you would be open to that friendly amendment, I'd like to essentially have a staff report on those safety statistics.
I correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see that as an amendment to what's on the floor. It's an entirely different.
Well, if we're deferring this discussion until later, if we could also kind of have more information when we discuss it again, I think that'd be very helpful.
So this is your motion, Deputy Mayor, you take over here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think what I'm hearing from Councillor Ennis is, as well as engaging the public to provide their opinions on lowering the speed limit in the urban area, the settlement areas, in the rural area, and the hamlets, because I think it's important if we're going to get public support for this, public buy-in, public recognition of why we're looking at lowering the speed limits, nothing's going to change. People are still going to continue to speed unless we engage the public in this process. So that part, I think we understand. And then you're asking to add to that a report from staff, which I think would require input from the OPP to understand where exactly in those areas that they are seeing the most accidents, where are the risk areas, where are the areas of danger, and that having that knowledge along with the input from the public will help us make the best decision possible when we come back to review this. Am I on the right page? Yes.
Said much better than I said it. Yeah, thank you.
So I'm just going to give the clerk a chance to see whether or not she is caught up on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am just going to propose something a little bit different if this is in the spirit of what the discussion is surrounding. So I believe that perhaps withdrawing the motion to defer and adding a clause to the main motion that addresses the rural settlement areas and the speed limit in the rural settlement areas, maybe the first part of this, and then the motion is deferred in its entirety to have public consultation on the entire motion, if that makes sense. Because right now, the motion is referring to speed limits on municipal roads in urban Meaford, and perhaps, and I might look to the director.
Through Your Worship, I think it might be cleaner now, but also when we come back with it, to have instead of having a deferral motion that includes everything, instead have the addition of a clause that would say direct staff to include in the bylaw the implementation of the 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit in the rural settlement areas. So it would be the urban and rural, and then potentially as well bring back a report. I don't know if that should be in the deferral, and then have the deferral so that when the report comes back, that rural area is still included in the main motion because it's now been added. And at that point, it can be decided whether or not it stays or is removed, and then how we proceed from there. But I think tying it into the deferral might just muddy it a bit. It also gives the opportunity for councillors who want potentially the deferral, but not the addition of something else, to be able to vote on each thing individually.
So go ahead, and then I'll go to Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to Director Perry, maybe I think if we could include language of clarity, because I think there is some confusion from members of the public about rural settlement areas and what that means. I've had questions of, is now the third line and the fourth line and all going to be reduced to 40? And we know that's not the case, but just some clarity so that our residents understand exactly the areas that we are referencing, that it's not across the entirety of the municipality.
Through Your Worship, we could identify each of them. There is a map attached with the report. And so we could maybe identify each of the rural settlement areas included.
Another alternative that perhaps may work is a deferral so that staff can bring back an additional report outlining areas that then council could direct to be included in public consultation. Perhaps we can, having taken council's, if it's easier to have more information, we could bring back a report based on a deferral for that reason. If as the director saying, there is information in the report outlining the areas, but if there's some confusion, perhaps we can include public consultation as part of a new report or an addendum report.
Okay. Sean, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason why I propose that is when you talk about speed limits throughout the municipality, like it's a big nugget. And, there's an opportunity, and I think, in fairness to our communication staff, being able to go back to our communication staff and see what the strategy is to actually do the reach out to the community. Because there's also some criteria and some, review elements that I think the public should also have the benefit of understanding. We hear a lot about when people come and they talk about the speeders, and just today we heard the suggestion that 80% of the cars on Bayshore speed. That's false. We've had a traffic count, the 85th percentile of that of the traffic, because we've done the traffic data collection, is they're doing the speed limit. So there's always those few cars that everybody notices that becomes every car because they are speeding. And typically, I would say the vast majority of where we have had complaints about speeding, staff or the OPP have been very responsive of getting the data collection equipment out on those spots. And I have yet to see any recording or any report that identifies those roads having higher than the 85th percentile of cars speeding. So it's every Harley Davidson makes noise. Well, it's just because some Harley Davidson riders really rev their engines, right? So there's more than just throwing a dart and saying let's do 40 kilometers, because I know I've had discussion with staff after that discussion took place a couple of weeks ago. I honestly think there's some streets that would make sense to go to a 30. And my question is, by throwing the dart at 40, now do we limit ourselves to those streets that probably would benefit to lower than 40? Or are those just at 40? So it's, I think reaching out to the community and also informing the community, what does it mean and what options do we have available? Because I always hear about the community safety zone. Community safety zone is only, worth its pound of flesh if the OPP are finding people speeding and are spending the time in those areas. And I can tell you, Bayshore, when we did that review, like that is not a road that OPP would identify as needing higher patrol. So it might give us the opportunity to provide the information to the community that we take this serious and we do respond to those concerns, and we have the technology to understand what the speeds are, rather than just making everything 40. And again, I believe this was brought to staff through a notice of motion. So this was staff responding to a notice of motion, and there might be, with a second sober thought, maybe an opportunity to come back with additional information of how we're going to engage with the community.
I know you wanted to speak, Councillor Greenfield. Do you still wish to take the opportunity while they're working on it?
I just wanted to say I apologize for opening such a can of worms. No,
Okay.
What we're talking about now with the deferral back to staff is satisfactory in my opinion.
I'm just waiting to hear a final rendering of the motion. Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While she's composing said confusing motion, what you said, Sean, actually have an OPP meeting tomorrow morning. Does the OPP ever get into recommendations of areas that should be reduced? Because I could certainly bring it up tomorrow morning and say we're looking for direction. Might be helpful because if they're the ones that have statistical analysis and are actually ones on the roads, hopefully they have good, valuable input.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Yurg's question. They typically respond, and I've reached out to Marla several times, just identifying we've received complaints. Can you do some active patrols? They will also put their data collection equipment out. What they will provide is a report that clearly identifies what the 85th percentile is, and also are the findings something that they would deem higher enforcement being recommended. The report that they provide is very fulsome. So they will do that. How often they do rely, when it comes to those areas, I would say they would rely on us making the request. I will say that they already have some pretty good locations that they have an idea that speeding is an issue. I see them always Saturday morning. They got a great spot. There is a process in place, and they've been extremely good to work with.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Troy.
Thank you, through your worship. I just wanted to add what the CAO has said. As the report does identify the 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit and traffic calming are, while similar, are two very different things. The intention of the 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit is not to deal with speeding on our roads. It is a way to reduce the speeds in general within more densely populated areas. And it is something being done more and more, and was a recommendation in our transportation master plan. We recognize that a traffic calming policy is something that also still needs to come to assist with the speeding component. And so there were great recommendations in the transportation master plan that we will be proceeding with to help assist with that policy. And so the intention of that is to come as well, hopefully shortly when we find the time to get that together, so that whether or not this moves forward, we're able to deal with some of the roads that have speeding issues, because traffic calming is really the tool to do that. And there would be certain parameters that would have to be met to then proceed with various types of traffic calming depending on the location and what we are seeing. And those ones we would definitely work hand in hand with the OPP to see what they could do or things that they have seen to figure out what the best approach is with that. And so this wouldn't necessarily fix speeding issues, but it would help lower speeds on our roadway, having that lower speed limit.
So I'm just waiting for a final wording here on this motion. We can vote.
Thank you, Worship. I'm not sure that there's final wording. I think we're dealing with a couple of different options here. So if I can maybe try to explain where I think we're at.
Please get right into the microphone.
Sure, sorry. So I think what I might try and do is summarize where I think we're coming from at this moment. So we do have a motion on the floor to defer, and the deferral would only be based on the recommendation right now that has the request for public consultation. So we could proceed with that motion to defer. We could, council could withdraw that motion and then add another clause that includes the rural settlement areas as included in Appendix 3, and then defer for consultation. Or the third option is withdraw and then approach it differently, which is sort of to the explanation of the CAO, return with a report from staff outlining a strategy on municipal speed limits that includes proposed public consultation. So we sort of have a number of different ideas on the floor, so I hope that makes sense as a summary of where we're at. But right now, there is a motion to defer, so we do have to address that.
And that is your motion, Deputy Mayor, so I think you should speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm fine with your latter suggestion, Margaret. I just would like to tie a timeline to that. I don't want this to drag out too long. I think it's a very important discussion that we need to find a resolution to. So I would look to you and the CAO and Tori perhaps to suggest an appropriate timeline to attach to this.
My apologies. Thank you for allowing me the minute to proceed. So perhaps I could suggest some wording which includes a timeline so that the motion we'd have to withdraw the previous motion and we'd need a new mover and seconder for a subsequent motion to defer with different wording. That the motion be deferred until after a report from staff is received that outlines a strategy to address municipal speed limits, including proposed public consultation in Q4 of 2026.
How does that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just thinking then that could potentially put it into the next term of council who wouldn't have the background and the familiarity that this council does. Do we feel it's too much of a rush to try to accomplish this by October?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think the concern that I have is tying our communications staff in, because they're in a really busy time with the election communication as well. So not understanding or not wanting to presuppose that they can drop what they're doing now, because this is a big nugget. I'd feel more comfortable if we could get through September for communications and transportation to be able to do the appropriate work that this requires, which ideally we get this to in October, being in the fourth quarter, but also giving us some flexibility depending on what communication requirements are with the election.
So we're going around the mulberry bush here. So you're good with that? So then are you going to withdraw your original motion? Okay, and that's good with your seconder. Okay, so then we have a motion and you're doing a recorded vote on this, I understand? No? I thought that we had a request from Councillor Bill. Okay, sorry. Okay, then let us just hear the motion and we'll call the vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will assume the Deputy Mayor would like to move this motion, but we still need a seconder, and I'm happy to read the motion out if that's helpful and Council's wish. That the motion be deferred until after a report from staff is received that outlines a strategy to address municipal speed limits, including proposed public consultation in Q4 of 2026.
Okay, I'm going to get a seconder now for that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Ennis, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And we can move on. I think we're at items for consideration. Everybody agree with that? And the first item is the proposed temporary zoning extension, zoning bylaw 02/2026 245690 Side Road 22, Johnny B's. Would council like to hear the full recommendation here? I think I'm happy to do that if. So the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, one, Direct staff to bring forward a bylaw to grant a further period of 18 months, which the motor vehicle repair shop temporary use is authorized for under bylaw 2023-70 on a portion of lands known as 245-690-22 Side Road. 2, direct staff together with the municipal solicitor to draft a development agreement implementing the Meaford official plan and as outlined in Appendix 3 of Report Development 2026-20. 3, direct staff to undertake a proactive enforcement process for lands known municipally as 245690 Side Road 22, which shall include at least 6 annual unscheduled inspections to ensure that the motor vehicle repair shop associated with the temporary use is in compliance and operating with all statutes and municipal bylaws. And 4, direct staff to conduct an inspection 30 days following the expiration of the temporary use on the date as specified in Table 10.1 to bylaw 60-2009 to ensure the subject area of the property is restored to its previous condition and that all vehicles and outdoor storage associated with the temporary use are removed. Mover and a seconder for this. Get it on the floor. Councillor Greenfield and Deputy Mayor. Discussion, questions, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These 4 items, I actually kind of see them as being separate, and I know that it's 3:45 in the afternoon, but it's a serious subject matter like all of our subject matter. When we had the public meeting, there was no discussion offered on 18 months or anything other than a simple extension of what was already previously granted for 3 years. It is mentioned that it is imminent that a building permit may be granted. So what is imminent? Fairly soon, or the dictionary says it's about to happen. Well, if it does happen, then the 3 years won't be needed. At the public meeting, Johnny B's Auto Care said that he needs a year to build if he gets the building permit. So by saying 18 months, knowing that there's a few months to go right now until we hit December and it's expired, I'm on for not voting in favor of this recommendation for 18 months because back at the public meeting, that wasn't discussed and we didn't get feedback from folks about a shorter time frame. It was on the table, an extension, 3 years. So that's where I'd like to go with that one. On the enforcement side of things, I don't feel comfortable even voting on that, and I'll tell you the reason why. So we have our bylaw people who are going to go out there and visit, and they're going to do an inspection, and there's 11 cars. 1 count infraction above 10. They count a number much greater than that. More counts above the listed 10. What does that mean to Johnny B's Auto Care? A fine per vehicle or a fine per offense? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means to that business. There's nothing that's written that says what that will be. And the bylaw will not be going out there to say, congratulations, things are looking really nice. They're going to be bringing their notebook and there's going to be something written for an infraction. So I don't know what that is. As a business, I have no idea from day to day how many people are coming into my business. I really don't. Get 10 one day, 2 the next, none, which might be panic time. But what is that? So when you have a business like this in the service industry, I just don't feel that we should focus so hard on it's going to ultimately be a punishment to this business. So I need absolute clarity on what the bylaw enforcement officers are going to do, what they're going to tell this business is going to happen, what he can be, whether he's going to be in compliance, out of compliance, not even in compliance with a ticket that he may be issued. This on its own is it's important item. So I've taken some time again, Mr. Mayor, but open to the conversation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Bell. So during the discussion in regards to the enforcement piece was it would be the intention, and we would be hopeful that bylaw would just go out and everything would be good. It would not be with the intent that you're trying to find something wrong. When staff listened to the concerns that were raised through the public meeting, all of these things were, X amount of cars, or there were complaints, and this way here, and Mr. Bolsink even had suggested that he was willing to make sure things were complied to. I know when I drove out to take a look, actually things look really good. So unless you're really, really looking in, which just driving by, I felt it was pretty protected. You didn't really see a whole lot behind what the fence was. So the intention would not be specifically just to go out and find something wrong. I think where we actively, for our property standards, for instance, those are more on a complaint based. I think the reality from a business to what we're dealing with Johnny B's is those other businesses are zoned as a business. This is zoned for special ag. It has a temporary use that even the first one had conditions about numbers of cars. So this was basically staff looking at, if council wished to provide the extension, because the extension is not a given. This is something that council has to provide if that is to continue. There were parameters in place that may or may not have council feel more comfortable and confident that those conditions would be complied to.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few points with your indulgence. I just wanted to start by saying, I know Mr. Bolsink just suggested that only Councillor Bell had been out to visit, but I have been out as well to the site. We understand that only one extension is permitted here, and the longest time frame that we can provide, Mr. Bolsink, is 3 years. And we don't know exactly when this building permit will be issued, although I would like to put the CAO on the spot and suggest that a meeting be called with Mr. Bolsink and with the building department and whichever other staff members need to be present to reach a resolution on this, because we've heard about this today and at the public meeting, and I think we're close, as you've suggested, but let's cross the finish line on this building permit. We understand that Mr. Bolsink has purchased a property in Owen Sound and has and will be moving a number of his cars over there, and that we really appreciate from his perspective to have made that investment and to be making that effort to clean up his lot. In terms of the proactive enforcement, in my mind, if we're going to do that on Johnny B's, then we need to be doing it on other shops in town who are also obviously non-compliant. I won't name any names or locations, but I think we have a good sense of where those might be. I don't think it's right to put proactive enforcement on one business and not on others in that same category. So I want to see that happen. In terms of the recommendation in our report from Grey County, the mayor and I did have opportunity last Thursday to have conversation with the Director of Planning, Scott Taylor, who suggested to me that in terms of the 1 year that was recommended, that there was no scientific clarification behind that at all. They went with a year because in Scott's mind, he wants to see an end date. And I asked Mr. Taylor for permission to repeat what he said at our council, and he certainly provided that. He is certainly flexible to extend beyond the 1 year, but he just wants to see an end date. So I mentioned that it was our ability here at Meaford Council to go as far as 3 years, and he said that would be a decision of this council. The county would support that. They just, again, want that end date, and they want to see those lands returned to the condition that they were in prior for agricultural use, recognizing that it is special ag. So there's a few comments there, and staff may wish to respond to some of them, but those are my thoughts to begin.
How do you feel? Can you speak to the deputy mayor's request for a meeting or at least an
I can work
announcement?
with staff. Chief building official has very unique authority and powers. So I'll be more than happy to work with Ms. Can to see what can be arranged.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So my question, staff, maybe perhaps to Sean, what is the status of the temporary use location right now? Does it conform to the conditions in the previous temporary use agreement? And I also would want to know is if it's not, and an extension is granted, what period of time do we grant somebody to get that into a situation where it does conform with the conditions? Of course, conditions are only as good as their ability to be enforced. So I just want to make sure that if we are going to be voting in favor of extending this, that we're able to have the proper enforcement. So maybe you could just take a second to comment on that, please.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Forder. As I say, I have never been into the interior part of the property. So does it conform today? I would imagine so. But I agree 100%. Conditions are only as good as the enforcement. And I think what staff has laid out here with the periodic checks, and that is completely, transparent with the business owner that will be coming out X amount of days, and just to take a look. Because the conditions are there for a reason. So just to ensure that they're being complied to, I think bylaw staff is prepared to do that.
I think we would need a motion, Deputy Mayor, you're saying that every operator should be under the same rules, but every operator is not operating on specialty agricultural land. So I would say that we would need a motion to either require inspection of all or to perhaps withdraw some of these, in particular, the inspection or alter the inspection requirements that are, suggested here in the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just taking time to think for a second. First of all, in terms of the timeframe for the extension, because we can only give the maximum of 3 years, I would suggest that we provide the 3 years. We understand that nobody wants this business in that location for 3 years, that the ideal is to get back to Highway 26 as soon as possible. But, because we can't make an adjustment to that length of time, let's give Mr. Bullsink the 3 years and then work with staff and Mr. Bullsink to get that building permit as quickly as possible and get him back on the highway where he belongs. So that piece, I guess, is one part of the motion. And the second piece then in relation to the proactive enforcement. And I will have to look for staff for proper language in this regard, because if we're going to provide proactive, again, if we're going to provide proactive enforcement in this location, what about the other locations in the community that also need to be cleaned up? Whether they're on agricultural land or not, they're still fire hazards, they're still unsightly, and they're still in prominent locations. So I'm going to look to staff to see how that can be addressed, because I understand we have a situation here and Mr. Bosink has done his best to clean up the lot. And apart from that, how do we go about, if we're going to enforce this one, how do we go and vote about enforcing other locations? So I need some advisement from staff in that regard.
Through Mr. Mayor to Deputy Mayor Keaveney. My suggestion to that would be, let me go back to staff to come back with a report as soon as possible to have bylaw staff outline how best to do that. We do have a property standards bylaw. There's no question about it. I will say the reason why I want a little bit of time to come back is to really do a good job with the wording of it, but also really, at the end of the day, the 7 members that I'm reporting to, that is where the strength and the backing is required for staff. If we do go to a proactive property standards enforcement, I would suggest that there will be a number of people that will come to council and make their statement in regards to, you know, why are you coming after me? So I think there is equally as much, you know, we talk about a communication plan for speed signs and speed limits. There needs to be a communication plan in regards to a potential switch to proactive property standards enforcement to give the public an opportunity, both private land as well as commercial land, an opportunity to clean up prior to staff going out and issuing charges. It's also very handy that we're going through an AMPS program. The administrative monetary penalty process is something that would be very, very beneficial for property standards. It will speed it up. You don't have to go to court. But I would say with what I've witnessed around town, like an enforcement, a proactive enforcement on property standards within the municipality, that's a big job. Because I would agree that it is not something that we have proactively enforced in the past. It's something that I think the community would benefit, but there will be a lot of pushback. So there's a need for good communication and strategy of how we deal with those.
Go ahead and then I'll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to follow up then, my recommendation would be that we again go to the 3-year maximum extension limit and that we pull the point in relation to proactive enforcement until we see the report for staff. And in the meantime, we recognize that bylaw will do their regular inspections as they have done in the past so that they can monitor the situation at Johnny B's, and they will do that just as they have always done. And then we'll readdress once we see the report on proactive enforcement.
Through Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, just for clarification, previously staff bylaw has only went on based on complaints. So this is a new process. Staff have not just, you know, on a routine basis went on site. It has only been on complaint driven requests.
And Mr. Mayor, I suggest we continue in that fashion for now until we see the report.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. May I suggest that we deal with those ideas in 2 separate motions? So the first would be an amending motion, should you wish to move it, to replace 18 months with 3 years. And I think that's the first idea in that. And then we can deal with the second being that of the enforcement clause.
So do we have a seconder for the motion to change 18 months to 3 years? I'm asking, do we have a seconder for, okay, thank you. So it's moved and seconded by Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bell to change from the 18-month term to the 3-year term. I think you had your hand up, Councillor Greenfield. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I originally seconded the Deputy Mayor's motion with the 18-month time limit. I do have some problems with a further 3-year extension. When I read this report, to me, it reads as if all the pieces of the puzzle they're not in place, but they're sitting right on the table to be put in. If that's the case, I don't see any reason why we're going to need 3 years. I could perhaps, if the motion read up to a maximum of 3 years, so that if indeed everything was completed in 20 months, 24 months, I just have a problem with that, with doubling the time limit. As I say, according to the report, I don't read that that's gonna be necessary. I certainly hope it won't, but, uh, that's my concern that, we are opening the door for another 3-year extension. I get the impression Mr. Bolsink doesn't want that. He wants to get things moving here. And if indeed we're close to an agreement, I don't know why we've got back to talking another 3 years.
Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. I think Councillor Urick probably had his hand up before me. I apologize.
Oh, go ahead and I'll go back.
Okay,
right
I'll
back
just be quick. And I sort of agree with what Councillor Greenfield was saying. I haven't seen any reason to go with a 3-year extension. I think what staff's recommending with an 18-month extension is completely reasonable. So unless there's a reason that I have missed, I certainly would welcome it, but I just don't see any reason why we would need to extend beyond 18 months to 3 years. Thank you.
I'm gonna go back to here and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm gonna make it clear that, yeah, I am not in any way, shape or form. I want to see Johnny B's back where it should be as soon as possible. So this is not a slam on him at all. But I will agree that I'm not sure why we're looking at 3 years. I specifically asked at that public meeting how long it would take Mr. Bolsink to actually get his building up if he had everything in the go. And he said he said a year. So I can't understand why we would have to have 2 years of whatever we're doing to set that to possibility. I do realize that if there are litigation issues, if there are other issues, but it takes two to tangle, and I would say that I would like to put as much onus on us as Johnny to make sure that this comes in a lesser period than 3 years. Everybody wants it. I don't understand why we're not getting there. We all want the same thing, and yet this is dragging on. And my fear is by putting another 3 years on it, it bleeds to 3 years. Whenever you allow 3 years, it can take 3 years. If you put more onus on it to get it done, let's get it done.
And Deputy Mayor, you wanted to respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think everybody's of the same frame of mind. We all want this done in less than 3 years. But to my way of thinking, and Councillor Greenfield suggested it, the maximum of 3 years, which is, as I understand it, as much time as we can possibly give Mr. Bolsink, because we all know what it's like in construction. We've seen it in so many different ways, whether it's our own roads and bridges or whether it's any building or construction we've done. Sure, you can start out and think you're going to be moved in a year, but how often does that actually happen? Councillor Urick, if you think of where you and I live and how over time that project was, it was 2 years beyond when it was supposed to be finished. And that's just the nature of construction. So I just don't want to see us putting this particular business owner in a position where if it is only the 18 months and he doesn't get his building permit for 4 months, for argument's sake, and then it's winter time and construction gets held up, and then he has to leave his existing location, and then we've essentially put him out of business. And I don't want to be a member of council who's done that to any business owner. So I just want to make sure that there's adequate time for anything unforeseen that may arise, and everybody understands that this business is going to do everything it can to get out of that location and back to the highway as soon as it can.
So that is the motion on the floor. One more speaker, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am totally on the same side as the Deputy Mayor. Along with everybody else, want to see Johnny B's be back at their old location, but I just don't want to have them be in a pinch where they're out of business, because who knows what happened. This whole process has been it seems, I haven't been here the whole time, but seems to be a whole bunch of all of the things we didn't see coming came up. So I'm comfortable giving them the 3 years, and then if there are any nearby neighbors that don't want to see that, I would also be willing to suggest that we add a clause that just says that the extension could terminate as soon as the new shop opens, so that they, once that's open, they can't hang around and kind of use that 3 years. And I think that both sets clear timelines, sort of sets the tone that we're all just trying to get the new shop open on the old site, and could give the neighbors some peace of mind to know that, things aren't going to hang around too long.
So are you moving an amendment to the motion to
Yes, I think so.
So, and that amendment is that he would have to vacate the Side Road 22 location at the same time as he opens on Highway 26 again.
Thank you, Your Worship. I may just look to our Director of Development Services to confirm the wording so we don't cause a problem down the road with that direction. There's maybe a difference in opening versus, or maybe there isn't. I'm just not sure. By putting a restriction in some way, I don't want to tie the process more
I
complicated.
could see how a specific word would throw a wrench in, so.
I'm trying to move this forward and you're making it very difficult. Ms. Gann.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be very brief. I can't, so the recommendation is for us to bring forward an amendment to the temporary use bylaw. So we can certainly look into whether or not it would be permissible under the Planning Act to include such wording, almost like that the temporary use be extended until the sooner of 3 years or the occupancy of the building. I'm not sure if that would be allowed, but we can certainly look into that.
Since we don't know if it's allowed, then let us vote on the motion that's on the floor then. And it is to extend to 3 years. Councillor Bell.
Mr. Mayor, there seems to be a gap. There's a gap from information on behalf of Johnny B's. There's a gap, I'm sure, with members of senior staff who know some things. This council does not know some things. Would this council benefit from a closed session meeting to understand what is truly going on behind the scenes of why it's so difficult and what has been the issues for why the general public came out and said, he's got his footings in, why did it stop? And I do not know. So would it benefit us before we move on any decision to have a closed session meeting to get the nuts and bolts on what's going on?
How does council feel about that concept? Councillor Yuri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I would be comfortable with that because respectfully, the Deputy Mayor's point about literally where we're living and about that delay, that didn't include like a 3-year prior to try and get there. That was from go, it was delayed to get where it was. There was already a 3-year period where now we're starting another 3. I think that's a different circumstance than a lot of construction company or a lot of construction development projects that are starting to get going. Realistically, once again, 2 years to me should be appropriate for something like this. Because to your point, he already has a foundation in. We're not even starting from zero. He already has a really good, literally foundation to get going on this. So the longer we give it to go on, the longer it allows to bleed out. And that I don't want to give anybody off the hook. But to your point, Tony, I would love to know the whole story as well, because there is something. We've wanted this for 3 years. And we're no closer to getting there. Why?
CAO Everett.
Yes, through Mr. Mayor, I would welcome a closed session. I think it would be better, especially just with a lot of the information that's been shared through these last two meetings. I think giving council an opportunity to understand some of the background, and I think would be more than welcome from senior staff for sure.
So if that's the course we're going to take, and I don't know if we need to vote on that, we probably do. We would have to first see if you would withdraw the motion that's on the floor now.
So the motion will just be, Margaret, postponed, deferred until after the closed session, I guess.
Okay. I think we all understand what the motion is then, that, are you withdrawing your previous motion?
Until after the closed.
Yes, okay. So I think we need a mover and seconder and I'll take it that Councillor Bell, you would move that we have a closed session to try and speed this up. And you're seconding it, okay. Councillor Ennis, you wish to speak to it?
Maybe I missed it. When would this closed session be? Because my understanding, right now, okay.
No, that I can agree with too. Then I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Yes. Any opposed? So that was carried unanimously. And we will hopefully get educated as your counselors as to what the real issue is here. Sorry. Yes, we got to figure that out. And I regret to tell everyone in the room, we will try to make this speedy, but you'll have to exit and you'll be welcomed back when we are finished. So I think do it not here for
That's just first.
That banana's good.
No, I think they interrupt.
Welcome back, everyone. Council met in a closed session and discussed one matter respecting litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality or local board, and no direction was provided to staff. And I've been prevailed upon by council to call a short recess, and we were going to have to actually okay. Yes, we better do that. I'm not exactly sure where to go from here, though. In terms of a vote on, we had a motion on the floor, and I'm not just sure where it all went.
Thank you, Your Worship. We may start with a motion to extend the meeting. We have reached the requisite hours, so at 4:30, we would usually have a motion to extend. So if it's council's desire to extend the meeting, we would just have a quick procedural motion to that effect. So we would need a mover and a seconder and the vote, and then we can pick up where we left off in the report.
Yes, and so the recess you asked for will follow when we complete this report. Good idea. Okay. So I need a mover and seconder for that, Councillor Ennis and Councillor Uhrig. All in favor? Any opposed? So that was passed unanimously, and we'll go back to the report here.
Thank you, Your Worship. If it's helpful, we were at a motion to amend. So the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Bell, we had a motion on the floor to amend Clause 1 by replacing 18 months with 3 years. And that's where the discussion ended. There was also a discussion about enforcement, but we paused that and Council was focusing on the amending clause.
So are you ready to vote on the amending clause, Councillor Greenfield?
If I may, Your Worship, I'd just like to get this established. The original 3-year grant was not due until November 13th, 2026. So if we're looking at any kind of extension, I'm assuming it will not start until November 13th, 2026. Doesn't start today. I guess that's what I want to know.
Go ahead, Director Khan.
Thank you, through your worship. The new bylaw would come into force when that new bylaw is passed, which would supersede the expiry date of the November 13th. Having said that, council does have until November 13th to pass the bylaw. That's helpful at all.
Yeah, because I mean, that's whatever we do today, if we were talking November 13th, that's another 3.5 months. So just wanted to get that straight.
Okay, are you ready for the vote?
Yes.
The motion is to extend it for 3 years.
Thank you, Your Worship. The motion reads that Clause 1 be amended by replacing 18 months with 3 years in Clause 1.
Okay. Are you ready to vote? I see a lot of, trepidation or confusion. Councillor Uhrig, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Still not really comfortable with the 3. I'm taking into account what Deputy Mayor said earlier. I mean, again, Johnny said he needs a year, 6 months. We're trying to get everything together to make it happen. Deputy Mayor said, coming into winter season, not necessarily great for construction. I thought about this long before it came to this meeting today, and I wasn't happy with 3 years. 18 might be pushing it. I'm just going to throw it a 2-year option as a possibility, just to make it that much more difficult. But I was more comfortable with that only based on seasonality and where we are. and on John's good word that he could do it in a year. So that's giving a full year still basically of saying, make sure everything's in order, go. So I'm not gonna vote for 3 years if it comes to that, but I am gonna throw out 2 as an option instead of the 18.
So that is, are you asking for an amendment? And if you are, we have to get a seconder.
Sorry. May not need to be an amendment if this gets defeated. If it goes through, it won't matter. If it doesn't go through, then I will make the amendment for 2 years as opposed to 18 months.
Deputy Mayor?
Mayor, if I may, I'd like us to vote on the original motion of maximum of 3 years to Councillor Greenfield's word, the maximum of the 3, understanding that, you know, nobody wants to see this go on for 3 years. John wants to get back on the highway and we want to see an end date for this extension time period on the 22nd. So understanding that that is the goal of both sides, but just to allow for any mitigating circumstances, because who knows what can happen. I don't know, COVID could happen again, who knows what. So let's, because we can only give this one extension, let's make sure that we give the adequate time frame. So the motion stands at the maximum of 3 years.
Okay, I'm gonna call the question. All in favor? Those opposed? I think the motion fails. Councillor Yerig,
So I will make an amendment then to
you're making a new
consider.
motion. You're making a motion.
So sorry, you're right. I am gonna make a motion that it be 2 years instead of 18 months, because I do believe in giving a little bit of leeway. I just don't want to give a year and a half leeway. So 2 years.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Forder. Any further discussion? All in favor? And that is carried. I would say that those opposed, can I see your hands? Okay, that was carried. And is there any further discussion? We still need to deal with the enforcement issue. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there still is the matter of the enforcement, and I believe we've heard the CAO speak to coming back to council with a report that would identify some proactive enforcement procedures and how they would reflect, you know, all businesses, at least all businesses in this particular category of garages, so that there is some fairness to how bylaw would approach this type of concerns. So yes, I move then that we, I guess, slash the item 3 until, or deferred until such time as staff bring back a report on proactive enforcement and how that would work.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to clarify, would you like to remove clause 3?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would, Madam Clerk, I guess I would leave that to your best recommendation, understanding that we don't want this to go forward and we want to wait until the staff report comes back on proactive enforcement. So would that be best done through a deferral or a removal?
Thank you, Your Worship. My thought, off the top of my head, my comment would be that perhaps the report would be inclusive of enforcement that would then apply to this property. So removing the clause for enforcement on this property would mean that your direction to provide an equal level of enforcement on all properties would be captured at that time. If that makes sense. Therefore, trying to defer one component may not actually be necessary because the report would be inclusive of this type of approach for all of the properties. Does that make sense?
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, if I may ask Margaret then, so if we do what you're saying, then enforcement would continue on this particular property on a complaint basis, the same as it always has, until we see the report.
That's correct. If the motion becomes to amend by removing clause 3.
Okay. Councillor Yerig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Compliance. So I guess my concern is if everything is on a reactive stance and not a proactive stance. We've heard vehement opposition to this location, period. Those people could be phoning daily. Those people could be phoning hourly and saying, get it bylaw out here because they're not conforming. So careful what you wish for because you might actually be setting yourself up for trouble. So moreover, and it doesn't have to be 6 times, but if our bylaw officer goes out, finds it is not in compliance, is there not a responsibility then to do a follow-up to determine whether it was in compliance? It is after the fact, so that doesn't necessarily need to do 6, but somebody needs to go out, do a check, and if it doesn't comply, well, then you need to go back as many times as it requires until they are in compliance. Correct me if I'm wrong on bylaw. Right? So you don't necessarily, I think, have to say 6, and you will get calls from people saying, get out here and check them. But if they're not in compliance, then I think we already have the mechanism in place for our bylaw officers to go back and make sure that it's being done. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So along that line, fellow Councillor Urick, we all know that there's a location just outside the town of Meaford that was in non-compliance with a lot of different things. And what ultimately happened was the municipality of Meaford went in and cleaned up that place. And that was a lot of money. And the individual just turned around after it got cleaned up and started a collection again. So I don't want to see us single focusing on this particular business. I think the deputy mayor said earlier this evening that, you know, what about some of the other non-compliant garages and things like that? So I think it is really important that we understand what that means. As you have said, they can go out and they can go out and they can go out. So what? What is the process? And I don't think that we're getting that this afternoon, what will really happen. So I don't think I can vote in favor of saying we're going to go out and enforce this, not knowing what that means. And if you don't vote, it goes down as a what? Okay.
I wonder if CAO Everett, if we could just ask you to, you know, chime in here and tell us how you feel about this clause 3.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is entirely at council's discretion. If council doesn't wish to have that element, that's council's choice. This was, in fairness, this is a follow-up to a public meeting staff report. One of the things that staff gleaned from those comments was concerns about the activities going on. Staff looked at this as an opportunity to reflect on that and to respond to the proactive. But again, this is entirely up to council's discretion.
Just my own thought here is that if there is not some formal plan for enforcement dictated here, the neighbors are going to drive bylaw and Mr. Bolsink crazy with complaints, you know, that would be nonstop. So I think that there might be some merit actually in having something in place. This may be a little bit rigorous, but I think there's an advantage actually to having it so that there's not a continuous ongoing, you know, barrage of complaints that would burden bylaw and also be hopefully unnecessary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only other comment I'll make, and I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Bell, and it's a rock and a hard spot. It's true. But the message we're sending then is we'll send somebody out, and if you don't do it, we'll just stop coming out and you can do it. Right? Because if you don't go out and at least apply some mechanism, you're basically turning a blind eye and saying, Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think what I'm asking at this point is for some clarity. Okay, so the motion says 6 times a year proactive enforcement. Does that eliminate the neighbor's opportunity to call and make a complaint and have bylaw go out? So then this provides both. So the neighbors will still have the option and will utilize the option to complain, and bylaw will visit, and then there will be 6 unannounced visits as well. Is all of that really necessary?
Thank you. Through your worship to the deputy mayor, because the municipality operates under a reactive model, if there's a complaint, then bylaw will provide an investigation, send an officer. With this, as it has been said, it's sort of a response to addressing some of the concerns by adding in this proactive enforcement process, which, as we've noted, isn't common in the municipality. So should council wish to reduce that number or to eliminate that number, we can certainly operate as council wishes, but it really was stemming from the public meeting and the concerns heard by residents to try and find some way of moving forward.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Margaret, do you have access to any bylaw reports at this point in time that would give us a sense of how many calls have been made over the last period of time for Johnny B's?
Thank you, your worship. At this time, in this moment, I don't have that information. It's certainly something that would be easy to get, but I think probably after, at the time right now, I'm not sure if I can get that information in this moment.
Councillor Herrig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, trying to be completely fair here. Mr. Bolsink has said he has purchased this known sound property. He plans to take a lot of the goods off of this, move it over there to get back to compliance. And that is great. And thank you for that. My question would be then, as opposed to doing this, is once he has that in place, could we do a check once that has been done to make sure everything is in compliant as where it's supposed to be? And then after that, work on a reactive basis. But at least we've got a starting point once that John's moved everything down south. We know that it's gotten back to where it should be. If we did that, we've got a starting point. Let's move on, let it be reactive after that and not really push it.
Mr. Mayor, maybe what needs to be addressed here is the actual number of vehicles. I mean, 10 is unrealistic. By the time John gets there and his mom and his staff, I don't know how many people that is. I don't even know. But however many people that is, that's not leaving very many opportunities for cars to be left. So maybe if we're going to talk about compliance, we have to give Mr. Bolsink something reasonable to work with. And maybe 10 is not the right number.
I thought it was 10 plus. It is not just 10, it's 10 plus.
10 plus what?
Yeah, it's 10 plus 25. So that was the complaint from the neighbors that, and again, whether 93 or whatever is an actual number, that's a little over 10 plus 25. If we get them back to the 10 and 25, and John's already said he's willing to do that, we've got a starting point. That's what we've asked for. If he's done it, then let's check to make sure it's done. And then let's live happily ever after thereafter. And if somebody has a complaint, they'll have to phone it in.
Any other input on this? I think the 10 plus 20, I like the suggestion of an inspection once we set this up. And then I would say either a lesser number of unannounced inspections or rely on following up on complaints from the neighbors. But I think that getting this inspection at the outset of a new agreement is important. And I would hope others agree with me on that. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, so I'm making that amendment or a motion to that effect. So if we are going to go ahead with this agreement that we would set up the 10+25. We do the inspection, giving Johnny a chance to get his own sound operation up and running. Agreeable timeframe, whatever that might be. And then inspect it and then leave it to reaction after that for bylaw. That would be my recommendation.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Yes, thank you. Any further discussion on this? Call the vote then. All in favor? Yes, okay, we're voting on a motion to have an inspection commensurate with the new agreement so that we can establish a baseline that and that it is in compliance at the outset. And then there would be reactive afterwards. So all in favor? Those opposed? Okay, so that is carried. Thank you. And that gives us, I think, some resolution on that aspect of the recommendation. Is there anything further before we vote on? I guess that motion changes the recommendation. So I guess we're voting on the report as amended.
Thank you, Your Worship. At this time, we have 2 amendments that have passed for the main motion.
Okay. So are you ready to vote on the report as amended? All in favor? I beg your pardon? Sorry, I thought I heard somebody mention a recorded vote on, but I don't know if it was on this issue. It was during the deputations. Okay, I'll call this vote. Let's see your hands. All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. The next item, which people have been waiting for, but I think did you want to recess before we deal with this? Because this is not going to be a short session either, I'm sure. What's your pleasure? Would you like a recess at this point, or do you want to barrel on? Okay. Then the recommendation, and I'm going to just make sure this is rather lengthy, but I think it needs to be read. The recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, acknowledges the postponement of negotiations relating to the development of a community benefit agreement that is to be jointly agreed upon between TC Energy and the Municipality of Meaford as one of 4 conditions of waiving conditional willing host community support of the proposed Ontario Pump Storage Project. 2, approves entering into a pre-development agreement on the basis that the pre-development agreement does not in any way replace or remove the required community benefit agreement that is noted in Condition 3 of the Conditional Willing Host Community Resolution. 3, declares and reaffirms that the entering of the proposed pre-development agreement with TC Energy does not in any way waive any of the conditions that have been previously approved by Council through the Conditional Willing Host Community. And 4, authorizes the mayor and clerk to execute the pre-development agreement between TC Energy and the Municipality of Meaford as outlined in this report. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor? And a seconder, Councillor Bell, thank you. Discussion. Questions? Councillor Uri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank staff and legal counsel, strategy corps, who did a lot of work on this. We heard a lot of comments earlier about various things. I just want to say that everything that information we've got was very thorough and well researched, and I appreciate that. I'm hoping that I'm going to call him CAO Everett, much to his chagrin. If you could kind of address a couple of the concerns that were brought up in earlier comments, i.e. there's a couple of things that were said in there about fettering and about literally hampering the next council. And I don't believe that is the case, but I want to make that adamantly clear.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Urick. So this agreement in no way, shape, or form ties this council nor future councils to being able to be a willing host or continue to be a willing or conditional host. If council recalls, the original direction for this process was as one of the, I believe it's the third condition, to have the municipality and TC Energy develop a community benefit agreement. It became very, very clear that through this process, and keep in mind that, you know, there was a lot of unknowns when that willing host, those conditions were developed. And I will be the first one to say that in an early part of this process, it was clearly understood that to do a community benefit agreement on this project in its infancy was simply too early. So it was determined that, you know, having a pre-development agreement, which is a model that others are using. So this is not a unique model. I will point to Bruce C as being a model that was just ahead of our discussions with TC Energy, where Bruce Power did a similar pre-development agreement with municipality of Saugeen Shores, municipality of Kincardine, and Bruce County. So during that process, we looked at it and said, you know, it was important for the community to have the opportunity to check off a few boxes that the community benefit agreement would have checked off. One being we wanted to make sure that we still had our cost recovery model, which is working extremely well. And then ultimately the community benefit agreement also looked at what was a municipal support payment look like. And then throughout the process, we determined TC Energy brought forward the options of the community program funding as well as the scholarship fund. So the agreement that we have really looks and feels like what a community benefit agreement would be, the legal aspect of it. And I will say that the municipality bringing on BLG for our legal counsel for this, BLG is one of the leaders in doing community benefit agreements. They've done a number of them. And saw it as an opportunity. So with that agreement looking very similar to what a community benefit agreement would be, you know, it has all of the elements that it has non-fettering clauses, which it's very, very clear that this agreement does not fetter a future council's decision. There are parameters that obviously if the municipality rescind it, that is one of the pieces that the agreement would terminate the agreement. But you would have to do the full rescinding of the willing host. So it does not muzzle council. So if there is something that council was concerned about, municipal council could come forward and say, we've got some issues with this. It's not the rescinding of the municipal willing host support. So there are a number of elements within the agreement that do not hinder future councils.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I as well thank CIO Everett for the many hours that he has put into this negotiation. That is appreciated, along with the good work of Strategy Corp and so on. And you did answer a couple of my questions as you just spoke there, but I just wanted to share that I had as recently as Friday a conversation with the mayor of Kincardine who, and of course, we talked about their agreement and our agreement, and he was quite envious considering that Kincardine is getting $550,000 and we are at 1.3, give or take. So he was quite envious of the agreement that is presented here for Meaford. So I would again say that is really good work on your part. And, you know, it's recommended in here that the $1 million be invested. And I think that's wise for now. And the next council can have a discussion about whether they want to continue with that as an investment or how they might see best fit to utilize those funds. But I, again, just wanted to share that, you know, this number, it took quite a while to get my head around at least, you know, a pre-development agreement and why we were doing that, because we talked for so long about a community benefit agreement and how do we get from there to where we are now. But I now understand that this is pretty common practice for other communities who are undertaking energy projects. So then it started to make sense. So understanding that this is in place now for the next 3 or maybe 4 years through the EAs, and we'll look forward to learning information from those processes that will help the next council make a decision whether they are in or out on this OPS. So I'll just leave it there, and thank you again, CAO, for all of your work on this.
Councillor Bell and then Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is absolutely, I think, first of all, I want to thank some of the people who, you know, have spoke this afternoon earlier that maybe you're really not in favor of the pump storage. This afternoon is coming out to a public meeting with something that this council entered into a closed session about. And so now you get to understand what that closed session was about. And as the CAO mentioned in his comments about the community benefit agreement, and it was determined that it was too early, I want to just say, without betraying anything out of those closed sessions, that over the last couple of years, for sure, we've probably had 6 or 7 closed sessions about what could we do on a community benefit. And the only thing I think I'm free to say is that the groundwork in the future has probably been laid out very nicely and formatted very well, that the concerns of people for and against this project, those sensitive things are important to this council. And that formatted stuff has been forwarded to TC Energy, and there has been a business approach to this. And what we wanted, what we suggested, it was looked at, and the CAO said it became evident it was way too soon to really enter into doing that. So earlier today, we had a facility capital program come up. And at that time, I mentioned about how many millions of dollars we might need. Well, we've just been handed $1 million. And it says that it's been handed to the municipality of Meaford, to the council to decide where it would like to do with that money, save it or spend it, do what we will. And I think, was it mentioned, it's unfettered money, unfettered, no clawback. This is on their behalf, out of their bank account, to us to use. And it's about time that this council and this municipality started seeing, do they really want to invest in this community? And the answer with $1 million is yes. And the other money is it 250,000 for ongoing, if they can reclaim monies, which we currently have. That correct? He's nodding yes on that. And then there's monies that they're putting towards the parkland harbor. Is that the specific 80,000?
No, the $80,000 is to match any money that the municipality puts towards community programming. They will match up to $80,000.
Up to 80. Thank you for that clarity. And then it was mentioned the benefit for education. So I see this as a tremendous boost. We've been looking for a boost, and it's early in the impact assessment. 12, 13, 14 agencies they've got to satisfy, and the military themselves have done their own impact assessment. So there's a long, long way to go. And there's a lot of time that needs to be spent and a lot of agencies that need to be conducted. The municipality of Meaford in 2 allotments, 500,000 twice a year, $1 million. I think it's great.
Councillor Ennis?
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's too much of a secret what I would choose to do if I was the Minister of Energy or the Premier. That being said, this council really isn't in a position to be saying yes or no, especially at this time, as it seems that many feel that we are. And as it's been said around the table, ultimately here we have the opportunity to enjoy this corporation's desire to buy goodwill and to put that to good use. And we have multiple years to decide how we feel about that. And so I feel more than comfortable going ahead. It's been stated very clearly that this funding does not fetter council, that there's no clawbacks, no refunds. I just also wanted to clarify, Mr. CAO, though, is the funding term subject to inflation?
Through Mr. Mayor, because this is a 3-year term, that is something that we talked a lot about for the longer term, but for this 3-year term, considering that this term is 2026, 2027, 2028. So there is no inflationary cost on this agreement, but we've had lots of discussion about what an inflationary clause would be in a future community benefit agreement.
Thank you. And then just my sort of closing thought was, I think this is a great time for this. The future council that's coming in October will be able to, make further decisions as they see fit, and having the opportunity to receive this funding before the project's even built or even stamped or even approved or even finalized, I think is an excellent opportunity for us. So I am comfortable supporting this.
Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I appreciate everybody's feedback, and to what Councillor Bell had mentioned earlier, certainly everybody's collaborative efforts to put this together. I know it was not an easy thing to do. As of course everybody knows that I was one of the 2 councillors that voted against the conditional willing host status many years ago for this. So when this has been coming up, and I keep asking myself, has anything fundamentally changed my view since then? And I keep coming back that no, it hasn't. It's no secret, I do not support this project, and I stand by that position I've taken since the beginning. And I understand that this is unfettered money, it's bonus money, it's great, we can do what we want. It just doesn't sit well with me that for me voting to accept this, it's an agreement that formalizes a 3-year relationship with the project proponent. So to me, that represents another step forward for this project. I can't sit. I'm not prepared to support that step. My concerns for this project remain unchanged. So my vote today is going to reflect the principles I've made throughout my term, and so I will not be voting in favor of this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship, and a whole lot of thank yous. Thank you to my fellow council members. But a big thank you to our staff, and I know our CEO did a lot of work on this over the last few months, and I want to thank Strategy Corps too for their efforts. I have a question that really doesn't directly pertain to the recommendation, but it does pertain to, it's mentioned a couple of times in the report. Whatever happened to the Ainley Group? The Ainley Group was with us right from the beginning for 2 or 3 months, and then they seemed to disappear. I expected that once this proposal went to IAC, And certainly when it went to an environmental assessment, that we'd have the Healy Group back with us. Again, this is slightly beside the point, but to me, it's a part of this last several years. And where are they? Are they going to be back? Are they going to be a part of this? Because this is an engineering firm that we've used. I'm sure Blue Mountains has used them. Oh, no, all right. Well, a lot of municipalities have used them. Are they going to get back on the scene during this environmental assessment? That's my question, and I do have a follow-up comment if I may, Your Worship.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Greenfield. So from my time here and just previously, the work that Ainley had done was somewhat limited. And I would say at this point, we would have no need for them. I heard something about it.
Please,
So
please respect the people who are speaking here and doing their jobs. And if you want to make a scene, go outside to do it.
So as far as the Ainley Group, the work that they've done previously, I'm not quite sure what work there was to do, because it was way too early for them to review anything, because that's one of the reasons why I've laid out the chronological order in the report. This project has had ups and downs. It's went silent for a couple times. And the reason that we have IAC doing the regulatory process is they are the ones who are reviewing. And I know there was a couple of comments in regards to IAC in the presentations and how IAC really, the package that TC Energy had provided was minimal. They're in actually a process that it was a background information that was required through the IAC's first process. IAC then has come back and said, yes, now it requires the full environmental assessment. That environmental assessment is actually between TC Energy and IAC. So for us to have Ainley's on retainer, there's actually nothing to review. And it's very similar to, when council identified the 4 conditions of the willing host. In my mind, when I review that, it was very, very clear that with the information that was presented at the time, some of those conditions just actually didn't make very much sense. And for instance, the community benefit agreement was number 3 on that list. I think if council knew what they knew then, what they knew now, that was actually a brilliant condition, because that community benefit agreement, it can wait till the very end. Like, it can actually wait till after IAC does the regulations, because that's a condition that the municipality holds to be able to waive that condition. So as far as Ainley, there is nothing that we are doing today that I could ever recommend or support having them work on, because quite frankly, there's nothing to review on a municipality's perspective.
Yeah, just perhaps if you have a statement next, I'd just like adding to what CEO Everett has said. I remind you that we also changed our legal counsel as a municipality during this process. And that was our decision. We felt that we had, we're not getting the direction that supported our support of the actual project. And so I think that it was a similar decision with respect to engineering, that it just seemed seem to be on two wavelengths, and I feel that that was our decision. Nobody told us that they couldn't work with them or anything like that, but that was so. Yeah, I just want you to know that. Thank you. And go right ahead, Councillor Greenfield.
Okay, thanks, thanks, Mr. Everett, for that explanation. Going back to the recommendation of today, $1 million, it's a lot of money, even in today's world. It is a substantial amount of money, and it's certainly appealing for council to have that kind of money in place somewhat unexpectedly. I guess I guess my question is how much is a willing host commitment worth in today's world? And I'm not sure if you can put that into dollars and cents. $1 million will pulverize, add 3 or 4 inches of A gravel, replace 2 or 3 culverts, and hard top, not asphalt, but hard top with HCB, likely 1 kilometer of road. That's a benefit, certainly, to a municipality. But 3 years ago, I voted against this project. At that time, I had environmental concerns. I still have environmental concerns. What are 20 to 24 giant turbines going to do to 60, 70 feet of sediment that's been on the bottom of Georgian Bay for eons? This is a $3 billion project from 7 years ago, 7, 8 years ago, that now is over 9 billion. What's that going to do to the cost of our electricity? We need it. I'm not denying that, but how is that going to affect the prices? Is it going to be good value for the number of megawatts compared to $9 billion investment? So I haven't really seen thus far any reason for me to change my mind on my vote. I questioned it then. I didn't feel secure about it then. I don't feel secure about it now. So to give a further green light at this stage, I'm not going to do that. One might say that, okay, I'm only going to be around for another 3 months, so maybe I shouldn't be declaring my concerns. But as I say, that's where I was back in February 2 or 3 years ago, and I guess I'm still there.
So I guess the mayor gets the last word here, and I would like to take you back to earlier today when Joseph Leung spoke about his disappointment in me. But he errs on one thing, and that is that before, and I want to say in September of election year, the last election cycle, the independent editor invited each of the candidates to give us all the space in the world to make our points. And one of my key points was, I'm sorry, but when we come to the pump storage project, which I've been quite critical of, I know that I will at least have to view it through a different lens as a result of the fact that it will be so impactful for Meaford. in positive ways or in negative ways. And as time went on, I did learn a lot more about the importance of this project to the whole can-do, positioning. Canada is now a world leader in nuclear power. Ontario is generating more than 30% of its power from nuclear. And the pump storage is a way of moderating the reactors, which do not have a thermostat. It's a way of enabling them or enabling us to save the power instead of shipping it across the border. So anyway, for those reasons, I have changed my position, and I admire people who whatever their position is, even when the tide turns, that you stick to your guns, and I admire that. But I also feel that I was justified in changing my point of view. I want to stress that nothing about this agreement or nothing about our conditional support can allow this project to go forward if it fails its environmental tests. Nothing. It just will not happen, and if it cannot pass those tests. So when it comes to this agreement, I can walk away after 4 years as mayor and feel somewhat justified and certainly pleased that we are actually going to get from the proponent some significant financial support. As strong mayor, I brought in your budget for this year. And I can tell you that the new council is going to very much appreciate $1.3 million over the next each year over the next 3 years and possibly 4 to do the things that need to be done in Meaford. And in my view, I hope they will take a serious look at servicing the industrial lands that we've acquired during my tenure. And I think that that would put us in a much stronger position to benefit from the project if it goes forward. So for those reasons, I am certainly voting in favor of accepting this, and I'll call that vote right now. All in favor? Oh, sorry, you have a comment? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A couple pieces that I just want to provide clarity. So the recommendation on this report was drafted and penned really to ensure that there's a level of significant transparency in regards to this is not the community benefit agreement. And this is not council considering waiving any of those 4 conditions. I will say it's incredibly important, and Andrew from TC Energy mentioned it today. This agreement will probably get us to what they call FID, which is the final investment decision. And Councillor Greenfield brought up a really good point that, when they first started going down this road with this project, it was a $3 billion project. It is now roughly a $9.8 billion project. So TC Energy will be over the next couple of years in a position where they really need to consider their final investment decision. And I will say that, this agreement allows the municipality to get dollars on this project before the project would otherwise have provided some incentive money. The report very clearly identifies on page 9 of 13. There was a comment in regards to, this money coming from the province. Table 3 of the report very clearly states that the $1 million, which is the community support payment, the scholarship funding, and the community investment fund of the 80,000, that is from TC Energy. It is not from the province. So those are dollars that are coming from the TC Energy stakeholders. The money that comes from the $280 million from the province is the municipal capital capacity funding. to get that funding, when I submit the invoices, that actually goes to IAC, and they filter that through. And anything that meets the requirements and the criteria under the pre-development funding from the province gets paid. To ensure that we have that money coming back, I send those requests to TC Energy. We go back and forth and say, this is what I want to spend the money on. TC Energy gives me the thumbs up. So that way we already know that when I submit that invoicing, that meets the criteria. But I really do think it's incredibly important. That's why I put it in table 3 of the report. The $1 million and the 80,000, as well as the scholarship funds, comes squarely from the TC Energy stakeholders. And in fairness to them, I thought that was important just to provide that clarity. Thank you. Lastly, I do really want to thank council for their support and their guidance through this. It's been a long slog. Your input has been absolutely fantastic. If you were to tell me that at the beginning of this is what we'd be bringing forward, I would have been really excited and excited to be able to bring this forward. And I do appreciate the input and the engagement from the community. The mayor said it best. At the end of the day, this project doesn't go if the environmental issues don't get looked after. And I feel very confident that between the IAC process and the DND process, and I'm really, really happy that DND is doing the process that they're doing for on-site, because it's the double check, and looking forward to the process moving forward. So thank you for that.
And if there's no other comments among councillors, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Those opposed? And that is carried. And thank you everyone for your vote. We have a lot more on our agenda here. Did you?
Sean suggested that we maybe
Yes. Yep. Okay, then I'll declare what, a 10-minute recess? Okay, 5. Okay, we'll resume, and it is exactly 6 o'clock. And I think we have reached a conclusion that we will postpone a few items until a future meeting next week, but or the following week. But we have a few things that we definitely want to move on today. And the first is item 12, the recommendation being that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve the installation of a crosswalk to honor veterans on the west side of the Nelson Street and Sykes Street intersection. Can I have a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Porter and Councillor Bell, for sure. Any questions for? Yes.
Just a quick comment. All those months ago when I slipped that newsletter to Councillor Bell, was really glad to. I'm really glad now to see it coming to fruition. So thank you guys.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask, because I think at some point during this conversation, there was a thought of putting the painting on the sidewalk in front of the cenotaph. But now the recommendation is to put it, actually on the road. So I just wanted to understand the thinking behind not putting it on the sidewalk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can answer that for the Deputy Mayor. We had consulted with the Legion on that potential opportunity. Definitely anything with poppies was a no-go in that area. There's a kind of a strict rule or act to follow that we wouldn't put anything poppy-wise. But just going around that space, I think there was just a lot of conflict in that corner with flower beds and stairs and things, and that it wasn't going to be kind of given the recognition similar to a crosswalk. And it was not something that they were interested in pursuing. One of the key components of this was sponsorship opportunities, and I think putting something like this in that location would remove the sponsorship opportunity that we have been offered.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Porter.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So it says that the expected lifespan is about 3 years. So I'm just curious. So today, are we approving a permanent municipal commitment where we're going to be replacing this crosswalk every 3 years or redoing it, or will that replacement return to council for budget approval as needed? How does that play out in the future?
To Councillor Porter, through you, Your Worship, this would be committing the municipality to maintaining this or replacing it on a 3-year cycle. What you will see in the 2027 operating budget will be an addition into the downtown beautification budget line for about $8,000 to $10,000 each year to start to replace our existing 2 crosswalks and then adding this one. So we will do these on a 3-year rotation moving forward. Obviously, when we get to budget time and council's looking for opportunities or has suggestions, then we can have that conversation at that time as well.
If there are no further questions, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That was carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item, the recommendation is number 1, approve the single source award of a contract to Weatherall Dock and Dredge in the amount of $351,072, including a contingency allowance and the non-refundable allocation of HST for the Meaford Harbor Dredging Project. And 2, authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into the necessary agreements. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Greenfield and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Any questions or discussion on this? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm glad to see this moving forward. My question is in relation to the dewatering. Can you give us a little more information about what that process is going to include, how long it may take, how we're going to kind of deal with, the appearance of the soil while it's sitting on the side of the harbor, and if there's any unpleasant scent or anything like that, just how are we going to get through this process with the dewatering?
Through you, Your Worship, to the Deputy Mayor. The dewatering is a heavily regulated requirement that we are going to have to deal with. So we've outsourced the development of these specifications to an engineering firm. But basically, there'll be an area set up in the area between the harbor washrooms and the harbor house for this material. Once it's been extracted from the water, it's placed on a barge. It'll dewater some of it while it's on that barge. Then they will move it across and offload it onto land. At that point, we anticipate some smell because there is silt in the material, but we're unable to kind of indicate how much that will smell. But our intention is to notify neighboring property owners and businesses within close proximity to the harbor of the potential smells and what actions we can try to mitigate it. But we're not sure how long the duration will be. If we get nice, warm, dry days, the material will dry quicker, which hopefully makes that smell kind of disappear and we can get it removed off site. However, if we run into some wet periods, the material will have to stay there until it dries out. But it'll be something that we constantly monitor. The big thing is that we want to be able to maximize what we can get up on land and out of the water when we're dealing with the in-water works. So we won't necessarily stop dredging due to those issues unless it causes significant impacts on the neighboring community.
Let's go ahead, Councillor Forder.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I was just curious to know, to reduce future sediment accumulation, primarily from the Big Head River, what sort of solutions have been considered, if any, that you could share with us and for those that are listening?
To Councillor Forder, through your worship, I think that's the next avenue that we need to pursue as staff and working in consultation with the Conservation Authority, Departments of Fisheries and Ocean. Through our meetings with them and on-site inspections, that I don't believe we're the only municipality dealing with this. So we would like to spend a bit more time getting to know what other municipalities and what other conservation authorities are dealing with this. And we believe we will have to consult kind of upwards to governments ahead of us. There have been lots of informal suggestions, but obviously we will want to pursue something that's more technical and approved by those upper agencies. We didn't put anything in this report to complicate it about what we feel those next steps are, and we will work on that as staff, recognizing that there are still areas that will need to be dredged in the near future.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one request I have is that when the material is coming out of the harbor, there's a long history of harbor use going back to the military. The last time it was dredged, there were two very old bayonets. One was a Brown Bess and the other one was from a French musket. And I'm asking that when the material comes out, if something should come out of that material, that the museum would be asked to just take a quick look to see if it might be something that they would like to acquire. And if they're not too sure of it, someone on council would like to have a look at it. So there's a real rich history that's in the harbor. And just thinking about when those bayonets fell out, that was some soldiers or some sailors back in the day that were right there. They were right there. So there might be some interesting things. So that's all I'm suggesting is give Jody a call. See if she thinks it's worth having.
Are we ready to vote on this one? All in favor? Any opposed? And that too is carried unanimously. And then we just got, I think we should maybe do both G and H here together. The first is the recommendation to resolve that bylaw 2026-68, being a bylaw to appoint a treasurer, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. So I'm going to need a mover and seconder, Councillors Jurig and Greenfield. Any discussion of this? I don't think that there's any really. So all in favor? And any opposed? So that's carried unanimously. And we may as well, while we're at it, the second one is Be it resolved that bylaw 2026-69, being a bylaw to appoint a deputy treasurer, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and seconder, Councillor Forder and Deputy Mayor Carbini. Any questions, or I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried unanimously as well. And with that, I think that we are going to adjourn and come back to some of the to the committee of the whole and some of the items that we have not been able to cover this afternoon due to the time constraints. And yeah, I will declare the meeting adjourned. Okay. Can I ungavel that? So the recommendation is be it resolved that bylaw 2026-68, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. All in favor? Pardon, oh, yes, okay, let's get this, moved by Councillor Ennis, seconded by Councillor Urick. Any discussion? Any questions? All in favor? Any opposed? And that also passed unanimously. And with that, we'll declare this rather lengthy session adjourned.